about my team tournament runner-up Splashy, who is averaging nearly 34 points per game for Jazz Gaming. And if he continues to...
Up next, the Nets taking on the Heat. For the Nets, the first half of this season was about putting the league on notice. They've sent a great, clear message that they are not slowing down anytime soon. Heat, Nets, coming up next, right after this. Welcome, everyone. Let's get ready for some NBA basketball on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. David Aldridge is on our sideline. And midway through the season now, the power rankings starting to show a more complete picture. You look at Miami, they're gaining on some of the teams above them, trying hard to crack into that top five.
And I think the Nets, they've blown away the so-called experts' opinion. People who didn't realize how high their ceiling really was.
Now let's send it down to David Aldridge, standing by from the sidelines. David?
Kevin, thanks. Bam Adebayo is a first-time All-Star in 2020. He was the 14th pick in 2017. And he said, whoever gets drafted, you want to play the right way. My situation was different. I had to sit. You gain experience and reps during practice. Once you get to do it in the game, the leash gets longer and you get to become who you want to be. Kevin, he's become one of the best young big men in the league.
All right, thank you, David. Tonight, Greg, two teams with a lot of history that know each other very, very well.
And sometimes familiarity breeds contempt. Yeah. And that goes for the players, coaches, and fans. This one might get heated.
I'm sure you felt that way many times when you play.
Almost every time I took the floor.
Good.
You literally want to dislike your opponent.
So here's Miami's starting group. Jimmy Butler is out there with Iguodala. Then there's Victor Oladipo. Then it's Bam Adebayo. And it's Hero in at the 2 spot. And for Brooklyn, we've got Irving. Durant is out there with Big Red. Then there's Landry Shamet. And it's Jordan in at the pivot, manning the middle. Good ball movement here by the Heat. Butler from outside. The rebound by the Nets. We want to keep rolling here following the win against the Thunder.
Yeah, and that one, they caused a lot of misfires with their intensity on the defensive end.
And the hustle they showed on that end was infectious, contagious. I mean, their squad really got after it.
Here's Hero. Here's the pass to Iguodala. Durant against Butler. Oladipo outside. Just 5 on the clock. In transition, here come the Nets. Shamet, and he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
Yeah, easy call.
Yeah, you can hear the smack all the way over here where we are.
The Nets shooting their first free throws of the game.
Shooting 2.
That free throw good from Shamet. That free throw good from Shamet. That free throw good from Shamet. Both shots good from the strike.
Making it look effortless. Send this guy to the strike. He's going to cash in more than not.
Kicks it to Oladipo.
Oladipo skying through the air. I love seeing that. Has great speed and uses that as a launching pad towards the hoop.
Now here's Irving. An 11-point game for him in the win against Oklahoma City. Here's Durant. The 17-footer goes down.
And hitting the mid-range jumper here early gives the defense just another thing once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Miami no good on that time either. Nets have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. Fires the three. 1 up, 1 down. 2 points with his first shot this game.
You know, the threat of Irving's drive can open up looks for him from the perimeter, and he is a gifted scorer, folks.
Hero passes to Oladipo. And it's sent back by Irving, but he recovers it. It's Oladipo on the wing. He gives the team some steady offense, a bit under 10 points a game.
An outstanding athlete for a player of his huge build. Adebayo will bang and bump with the best of them.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the night right now. Free throw good, Adebayo. Greg, you and I talk about the big man, his role in the current NBA, and how they can possibly carry the standard for the great centers before them. You played with the great one in Patrick Ewing, so you have a great appreciation, I would think, for it.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I think two guys kind of separated themselves a little bit. Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid, I think, are the two guys that stand out for me because of their ability, in essence, to do everything well. They can shoot it, they pass it, they can shoot it from the free throw line, they give you rim protection. I throw Rudy Gobert up there as an elite center as well. Doesn't have the offensive impact that those guys have, but he does impact the game as well.
3 young, dynamic centers. Those are good names. Down it goes for his third basket in as many tries.
And creating a little separation here, gaining some confidence.
Yeah, you get the sense that they're going to start stretching this lead out a little bit.
Now, here's Nunn. Taking a look at the scoring numbers, right now he averages about 9 points a game.
Watch out now, when this guy gets into a rhythm, it is something to behold.
Here's Irving, following the score by Miami. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
Well, his IQ is one of the best in the league. Irvin has a great feel for when his teammates are open.
Pass to Nunn. Back to Dragic. Here's Adebayo. That shot misses. Brooklyn leading by 9. Here's Irving. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
You know, I like how Irvin also keeps the defense guessing, keeps them off balance, and he's so crafty and creative around the basket.
What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Nets?
They've been making some really nice passes out there. Excellent passing. That could set the tone for the rest of the game.
And also, it's been a positive to watch that they've attacked the paint offensively as well. It's really been about the balance that they've shown.
That's good from Irving.
I don't know if there's a player in the league that has better handles than Kyrie Irving. As a matter of fact, his handles are as good as any I've seen in the history of the game. Smooth, crafty, cunning. Man, it is so much a joy to watch this guy do his thing.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Miami with the ball. 11-point game. And Miami calls their first time out of the game. They just couldn't come out on top last time they took on the Nets. That one was played in Brooklyn.
It wasn't even close in their last matchup, and their offense just wasn't ready to compete at that level.
And I really think they've got to find a way to produce easier baskets. I mean, whether they do it by running in transition or getting to the free throw line, they don't want a repeat of that past performance.
2K leaderboard to look at the teams that specialize in intimidation. Number 1, the Nets.
And sometimes a team will get one guy who can block. Other times a guy finds ways to get others involved in blocking. It can be contagious. If he can do it, why not me? Then all of a sudden you look up and you're leading the league in block.
Now, here's none. From 8. The shot by Adebayo, no good.
You know, sometimes making it difficult for him to finish at the rim is all you can ask for from the defense.
Shot by Crowder, no good.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
It's stolen. There's 39 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Here's Irving. And he gets the basket. Officials blowing the whistle, so a chance at the line for one more.
Boy, he's really been on a roll this quarter. Seems like everything he throws up is finding bottom.
The Nets have hit all 4 of their chances so far in this one.
What's up?
That's good from Irving. 35 seconds left in the first. Dragic against Irving. Achua. They need this. He lays it in.
You've got to box out on the boards. When you don't, that's what happens.
Dragic against Irving. Outside Crowder. Great D that time from Adebayo. 1 second left. The shot that time not on target. And so it's the Brooklyn Nets up by a dozen here at the end of the quarter. Their defense has been active and effective. And we've got more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way after this break. And we spoke with Jimmy Butler not too long ago about his teammates.
These guys work so hard, and they're young, and they're professional with it, that you're planting that seed early, so they can only get better, and they're learning, and they're gaining confidence because they're playing so well. So with me being here with these guys, we're special.
Well, Greg, it sounds like Butler has found happiness.
You know, people don't talk enough about fit. It's important to be in an organization and a system that maximizes your abilities. Butler is playing some of the best ball in his life and making everyone around him better.
And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And guys, the Nets enjoying a nice lead here.
What we saw in that first quarter, they won their matchups defensively.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you look at the energy, the effort defensively, they put it all out there in that opening quarter.
Irving is out there with Green. Then it's Johnson. Then it's Jordan. And it's Claxton in at power forward. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn. Now, here's Achua. A look at his stats. He averages a bit over 8 points a game.
A good board there, Kevin, but overall they're getting slightly out-rebounded.
And that's a good place to start if you're going to try to find your way back into this game. Get to work on the glass.
Irving against none. Passes it to Adebayo. Inside, Butler. Up and in, it's good. First basket of the game for him. 1 for 4 shooting.
Well, I tell you what, he's not going to give in to the defense. Butler really is ferocious. Great job finishing off these tough shots.
And the first timeout called of the game for Brooklyn. Around the free agent race last year, for your money, Greg, who would you have rather taken? Kawhi and PG, Kevin Durant and Kyrie.
Wow. I tell you what, it's a tough call, you know.
That
Kawhi's
is.
got a couple of finals MVPs. KD's got a couple. Kyrie's got a ring. It's a tough call. I mean, PG is more than capable, man. I think it's a toss-up, partner.
I agree. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. Durant's checked in for Brooklyn. Landry Shamet comes in for Green. The Heat also changing it up. Andre Iguodala. He's checked in for Adebayo. Tyler Hero comes in for Duncan Robinson. And it's Oladipo in for Kendrick Nunn. Now here's Durant. Coming in off a 12-point game his last outing. It's 2-on-1. It's good, and the Brooklyn lead is cut down now to just 9 on the basket from Victor Oladipo.
Excellent concentration from Oladipo. Even when you get physical with him, he figures out a way to convert.
Irving. He hits the back iron and sinks the shot. Irving's got 14 points.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Iguodala with it, guarded now by Irving. Hacked on the shot, and he'll have 3 chances at the line.
You see the physicality. I mean, Butler never backs away from a challenge. Now, this guy is really one of the more competitive guys in the league.
This is his first free throw of the game.
An 89% free throw shooter puts him right there among the league's best from the line.
Yeah, guys, I mean, he's been a very steady hand for them when it comes to his free throw shooting.
The first free throw is good.
You know, Butler came into the NBA a tad under the radar. I mean, he was the last pick of the first round back in 2011. Didn't play much at first, but once he got his opportunity, his career took off and took off fast.
Big Red's checked in for the Nets. And he sinks the second. And he nails the third. Nets leading by 8. Pass to Irving. Irving double team. Here's Big Red. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. He's got 7.
And when you've got a big man who can shoot from distance like that, what a huge advantage.
Second quarter of play with almost 3 minutes gone. Here's Iguodala, and the slam dunk by Iguodala.
It's clear that Iguodala loves to dunk. Give him room to take off, and he's going to finish with authority.
The pass to Irving. Irving double team. Pass to Big Red. The tray. And the Nets, another 3.
This is some kind of performance we're seeing from him today. He has yet to miss a shot.
Timeout called. The Heat. They defeated Indiana in their last game.
Yeah, those road games are tricky, but they had a good strategy going in and stuck to what they do best.
Yeah, you know, game balls all around in that one. A terrific team effort. They trusted in their system and executed well to get the win.
The Heat making a switch here. Adebayo's checked in.
And checking out numbers for Big Red. He's been dominant over the last month. First in blocks, first in field goal percentage, and then there's his work at the free throw line where he holds the best percentage league-wide.
He has been a human highlight reel all season long. Clearly the best shot blocker in the game right now, and he has the numbers to back it up. Now here's Irving. He's got 17. And it's good, 2 points. Irving's got the lead up to 14 now for the Nets.
And at the offensive end, he's done about as much as they could have hoped for today.
Iguodala finds Butler. Here's Hero. He's covered by Shamet. 5 on the clock from downtown. And again, it's the Heat missing.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
Well, you take a look at all of the stats, the team stats, that is, and that's one of the many areas that they've had the advantage. And as a result, they've got a big lead.
And it's the Heat with the ball, following the bucket by the Nets. Butler from outside. A rebound by the Nets. Jordan's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Big red passes to Irving. There's 1:26 left here in the second. Shoots it. No good on that one. Now the Heat take it the other way. Next up for them, the Knicks, a road game in New York. That'll be the last game of their very short 3-game road tour.
The defense did a really good job of choking off the middle there once he got inside.
There's 57 seconds left in the first half. Misses the jumper. They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
And here are the Nets. Big stretch here going 10-2. Shamet up top.
And one thing I liked in the first quarter was their aggressiveness to draw the contact, putting the defense on the defensive.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they need to continue to press that advantage. They've got to get back to that. Don't go away from that. It's been working so well for them. Stay with it.
Here's Big Red. Jimmy Butler making his last shot. Big Red passes to Shamet. Let's keep it alive. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Big Red's got 5 points now this quarter.
How frustrating for the defense. You get the stop, but then fail to block out.
Well, you know, that's the way it's going to be for them today, fellas. Can't sustain any momentum.
And so it's the Brooklyn Nets with a sizable lead as the quarter wraps up. They're ahead 16 points. And we'll see if they can keep up their tremendous shooting. They've been dialed in so far from the field. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks very much. Kevin, what has allowed you all to build this lead in the first half?
Well, we've just been playing hard. Those guys are tough to guard. They cut so hard. They play well together, and we had a decent half. We got to keep it going.
Kevin, thanks a lot. Back to you, Kevin.
Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
And what a show being put on here for the home fans tonight. I'm Ernie Johnson, along with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Kyrie Irving was red hot to start the first. He ended up with 19 points, 4 assists, and 1 block. And from what we saw so far from the Nets, Kenny, what's your takeaway?
Oh, that's a dazzling display by Kyrie Irving so far. One of the most creative players in the league. Kyrie is always finding new ways to score.
Shaq, let's get your insight on Miami.
The shots are not dropping for them, and now they're in a big hole. They gotta be talking about a way to get good shots. Their shot selection, pew-wee, out of all what it needs.
And it's just about time now for the third quarter to get underway.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You look at Kyrie Irving in this game, he has been everywhere.
Man, he's been running wild on them through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had the take a lot out of it.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. On the floor for Miami, they've got Jimmy Butler. Victor Oladipo is out there with Hero. Then there's Iguodala. And it's Adebayo in at the 5 down low. And looking back at what was a stellar career, Greg, if there was one thing you could have done different, do you have anything on your mind?
You know, I would have loved to have had the opportunity to finish my career in New York. That was a special place, a special time. Unfortunately, that didn't transpire, but that's the one thing that stands out. That and obviously not winning a championship.
I can understand both of them.
Yes.
Here's Hero, following the bucket by the Nets. Kicks to Iguodala. Heat moving the ball around. Adebayo fouled in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a 3-point play chance for him.
That is not a simple finish by any means. Adebayo had to keep his focus, makes the D think twice about getting physical with him.
This will be his 3rd free throw shot of the game.
And he is a cool customer at the line, guys. You've got to be when you're shooting 84% on the season.
He's been a completely different guy at the line this season. I mean, last year, you weren't sure what you were going to get when he got to the stripe. There's no way we could have expected such a huge increase in those free throw percentage numbers.
Free throw good, Adebayo. Nets leading by 17. Knocked away. Butler with the steal.
And all you got to do is look at the rebounding margin as to why they hold the lead.
And you know what? That tells the story in a lot of games, guys. And here you go. It's telling the story tonight, too.
No question, he got bumped on that shot.
Yeah, the officials didn't need to talk that one over. It was obvious.
The Nets have been good at the line so far, 5 of 5.
And they've had really good numbers all season from the free throw line.
One of the things they've done, guys, is taken pride in their free throw shooting this season, and rightfully so.
That's good from Durant.
Well, you look at Durant, and it's obvious. He feels like he's got so much more to prove. I mean, he's as driven a player as you'll find in this league. That's part of his greatness.
Achua, he's checked in for Andre Iguodala. That one falls, so he hits both of them. The Heat trail by 19. Passes it to Hero. Butler with the ball. Pass to Adebayo. Shot clock at 6. Here's Hero. He's covered by Shannon. Hero, no good.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in crafting this huge lead.
And it's been a well-rounded performance. I mean, strong rebounding has certainly been at the center of it, but it's been good on a number of levels.
And it's the Heat with the ball, following the bucket by the Nets. Adebayo down low, covered by Irving. Adebayo with the bucket.
You know, he's got a lot of inches on the defender in that matchup, and he can just shoot right over the top of him without worrying about being bothered.
And the pass to KD. Over Butler. The shot by KD. No good.
Yeah, but they're 3 of 4 to start the second half.
Outside Butler. Puts up a 3. Brooklyn with the rebound. Big Red's got 9 rebounds in the game. Getting it done.
And not a night he's going to want to remember, just not really able to score the basketball.
Boy, Jordan is an alley-oop specialist, a big target with strength and bounce.
Now a timeout called by Miami.
And he could tell his guys starting to wear down a little bit. Call time to just let them get their legs back under them.
changes for Brooklyn. Nicholas Claxton's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. Johnson comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Green in for Landry Shamet. The Heat also changing it up. Robinson's checked in for Jimmy Butler. Kendrick Nunn comes in for Tyler Hero. And it's Dragic in for Victor Oladipo. Here's Irving. Finished off the break. Irving's got 23 points.
Tell you what, this is what Irving can do now. He'll leak out and then make the right read in transition.
Dragic the pass to Achua. Now, here is Robinson. No points in the game yet for him. Poked away. Oh, and here comes Johnson all alone. And it's Johnson with the jam.
Yeah, letting it rip. They're just having fun right now.
Yeah, offensively, they've just been rolling. Impossible to stop.
Nunn kicks to Dragic. Back to Nunn. Here's Adebayo. Rebound, Brooklyn. Atlanta will be traveling to face them after this game. And that'll be the third of the four straight at home. Outside Irving. Misses the three.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
On the sideline, let's catch up with Hall of Famer David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, it's a misnomer that in the era of three-point shooting, people don't want anyone to take mid-range shots. Many of the league's elite players still thrive there. Kawhi Leonard is one, and he explained how. He said it's hard to defend guys that shoot twos. Once you get to the playoffs, it becomes a half-court game. Teams won't allow you to take wide-open shots or threes. Guys, back to you.
DA, thank you. Now a timeout call by Brooklyn. Jay Crowder's checked in for Brooklyn. And Miami with a change here, too. Andre Iguodala is checked in for Achua. Here's Big Red, 13 points in the game. The Nets working the ball around now. Crowder kicks to Irving. Pass to Big Red from deep three-point range. And again, no good by Brooklyn. And so it's Nunn with it. He brings it up for the Heat. Here's Adebayo. And it's blocked. And he gets it back.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
Yep, that one goes.
I don't know what's happening defensively, but they're not putting up any resistance.
I tell you what, it reminds me of one of my college coaches who used to say, that ain't gonna get it done. That's 5 straight baskets in the paint now.
Adebayo with the bucket.
And you like to see since the half now, he's finally starting to come around.
To the paint, here's Big Red, and he takes the feed in stride and slams it home.
Clearly, he's one of the best there is in the business when it comes to making that lead pass.
And here is Iguodala. Pass to Adebayo. Outside Robinson. Just 5 to shoot. The Heat need to get a shot off. Kept alive. Adebayo. Oh, that's blocked. And so it's Brooklyn, finishing the quarter up by a whopping 24 points. From the field, they have been outstanding, amazing shooting. That's what has them headed to a blowout. We'll get right back to the action when we return. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
Hey, that was a high-level pass no matter what position it came from. But it does make it stand out a little more when it's made by the big fella.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. Jay Crowder out there with Durant. Then there's DeAndre Jordan. Then it's Kyrie Irving, and it's Shamet in at the two-guard spot. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn.
And how about the leaping ability? Butler gets off the ground so fast, especially on these alley-oops.
Irving passes to KD. Butler with the steal. Oh, and a fast break for the Heat. Butler with the ball. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Oh, I like how Butler uses his body in the paint. Excellent at forcing the issue and getting the call close to the rack.
And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Nets.
You know, I thought maybe they'd cool off a bit at halftime, but they've continued to bury the jump shots.
They've really been on fire from beyond the arc tonight, too. I mean, a lot of their points have come from out there.
And he knocks down the first one. Oladipo, he's checked in for Kendrick Nunn. And so Butler nails both of them. Here's Irving. Outside Jordan. Durant in the corner. No good on the triple.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Oladipo misses.
It's almost like he's trying to make things hard on himself. You know, he's just got to slow the game down. Try to get some easy ones.
There's Shamet. No good on the three.
You know, even though they're on top in this one, you'd like him to be better out there because he's capable of being better. It sure would make things a lot easier, too.
It took a long time for him to get that first triple. Let's see now, though, if he can get going.
Irving for three. Offensive rebound. And there's Jordan putting it right back in.
Yeah, Jordan is aggressive as a rebounder. He uses his massive body, athleticism, and long arms to wreak havoc on the glass.
Now, here's Oladipo. Adebayo finds Butler. Oh, and here we go. Irving's got it, the fast break chance. Now, Shamet. Two free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And here's the upcoming schedule for the Heat. On Thursday, they're off to New York to face the Knicks. And then on Sunday, they'll be matching up against DeMar DeRozan and the San Antonio Spurs.
And just looking ahead to what's on tap, there are a lot of winnable games for them, but you can't go into the stretch with that mentality. You've got to focus on what's in front of you and bring it every night.
That free throw good from Shamet. He hits both from the stripe. Now a timeout called by Miami. Kyrie Irving really making a difference here.
Yeah, he's just torching them right now. A good decision to huddle up, kind of hit the reset button, and figure out how to slow his roll.
Game moves along. 2 minutes gone here in the fourth. Outside Butler. Pass to Hero. Buries the long-range jumper. Hero's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Nets leading by 18. Irving passes to Jordan. It's Crowder on the wing. And again, it's the Nets missing. And it's Butler with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Miami Heat. And Oladipo, here we go.
Well, the explosive nature of Oladipo's drives to the rim are incredible. Hard for any defense to keep him from attacking the way he does.
Lobs it up for Jordan. And DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
And how sweet a play was that?
As sweet as it gets, an exquisite pass to set up the powerful alley-oop dunk.
Guys, I tell you, there are assists, and then there are delicious dimes. This was the last.
Butler, no good. Brooklyn's gone ice cold from three-point land, 0 of 4 since the start of the final quarter. Durant, no good. The Heat trail by 18. Adebayo with the ball. Shamet with the steal. In transition, here come the Nets. Throws down the breakaway jam.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Well, turning defense to offense, we talk about it all the time. Try to hit your opponent at the other end before they can set up the defense.
Big Reds checked in for Crowder. And a chance there to look back at the stunning mobile one block a moment ago.
And they're determined to add to the lead, not with more offense, but with big-time D.
Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by. Adebayo passes to Butler. It's Oladipo on the wing. The shot's good on the assist by Butler. Butler's got 4 assists in the game.
Boy, good shot selection there from Oladipo. Part of what makes him efficient on offense.
Here's Big Red. Outside Jordan. The pass to Big Red. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Here's Hero. Rebounded by the Nets. Big Red's got the glass covered here tonight. 11 boards for him. The Nets working the ball around now. At the elbow, Irving. Good from the moment it left his hand. That makes him 10 for 14.
Tell you what, I don't think there's been a single shot that Irving has wanted and didn't get so far.
And clearly, Eric Spoelstra wants to talk it over.
Well, it's been an express lane to the rim. Coach can't be happy about that.
And, you know, I think he's going to tell them simply, we have to show more fight on the interior. That's
And now, let's take a look at the New Balance player of the game, Victor Oladipo.
And to me, the best part of his game has been the work he's done inside. I mean, slashing, driving the lane, attacking the basket at every chance. When he's had an opening, he's taken it.
A platoon swap here for Brooklyn. .130 left here in the fourth quarter. Outside Dragic. And Bjelica kicks to Dragic. Ariza outside. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
And, you know, the length of Ariza is tough for defenses to deal with. Amazing watching him draw contact while getting into a shot.
Shooting 2.
Free throw good from Trevor Ariza.
The well-seasoned Ariza continues to make a difference. I mean, this veteran is a reliable scorer and a quality defender.
And that's good as he hits both of his shots. 1:10 left in the fourth.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Nets.
You know, their big advantage was points in the paint.
And they found a way to pound the ball inside. And that was working all game long.
And so checking out the record for these guys tonight will mark win number 37 for them on the year.
And they've taken control of the season series. This brings them to 2-0 with 1 game left against this squad.
And believe you me, they'll be gunning for the sweep in that third meeting.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Kyrie Irving.
Boy, he was absolutely relentless at the offensive end, guys. Smelled blood and went for it.
Here's Dragic after the basket by Brooklyn. Shot clock at 5. Shot from 12. No good off the back of the rim. Here's Horton Tucker. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team by far tonight.
And you got to commend this sort of dominance, particularly here at home. It's a great feeling when you play almost a perfect game and to have that crowd be so pumped up.
And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thanks very much. Kyrie, big numbers for you tonight, and I always wonder what it's like to be in a zone like that offensively.
It feels amazing. You know, more importantly, we got the win, and I couldn't have done it without my teammates. They did a heck of a job of competing every single minute of this game. It took everybody's effort from our bench. You know, it took a 15-man effort, and I'm glad we got the win.
15 men, but 1 man was the difference. Thanks, Kyrie. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David. Great interview once again. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching this presentation of the NBA on 2K Sports. So long.
Next week, we are celebrating you, the 2K community. It's our annual 2K TV Awards.
We have 10 awards going out to community members that have shown serious commitment and skills in NBA 2K21 this season. Prizes include a ton of 2K21 VC, and this year, we're also throwing in some 2K22 VC to get you off to a good start. Of course, what good is VC without the game? That's also included in the prize package, plus a My Team Dark Matter card, and more. It's also our season finale, so we'll be looking back at the best moments from this season.
Make sure you check back.
There below is Barclays Center and the borough of Brooklyn, where there's never a dull moment. We are live. It's a Thursday night presentation here on 2K Sports. Along with Steve Smith and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. And our friend on the sideline, Hall of Famer David Aldridge, who we'll be hearing from shortly. A moment now to look at the year-to-year scoring output and how it has been trending for Lou Williams.
And looking at his offensive numbers from the past few years, it seems like teams around the league have kind of figured him out. He's having to work a lot harder for his points, and they haven't been coming nearly as easily as they used to.
A look at Atlanta's opening lineup. Herter the 2 with Hunter at the 3. Clint Capella is out there with Collins, and it's Young in at the point. And for Brooklyn, Big Red out there with Jordan. Then it's Kyrie Irving, and it's Durant, and it's Shamet in at the shooting guard position. And above the rim play, always captivating, Steve. We should see a lot of that tonight.
And Kevin, I'm so excited. You know, I played under the rim, so to get a chance to watch guys play well above, I am getting my popcorn ready.
And it's the Hawks to start out. Young passes to Collins. From deep, and Young with the basket on the assist by Collins. Young's got the first bucket of the game with the 3 for the Hawks. Here's Big Red out of bounds. It'll go to the Hawks. Now, here is Young. Kicks it to Hunter. Pass to Collins. And here is Hunter. To the inside. Basket is good. He'll get a chance for one more at the line.
People worried about Trae Young's size entering the league. Could he stand the punishment? He has answered that question.
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
Some players drift in and out of the action. Trae, he's always right in the middle of things.
Here's Big Red. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against Miami.
And not only was he creating for himself, he was setting up teammates with good shots.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Wow, that's a defensive breakdown. Can't do that against good scores.
Here's Herter, following the basket by Kyrie Irving. Here's Collins. 2 points. That one goes.
Look, this is how you draw it up coming out of the locker room. 3 of 3 so far.
And Kevin Herter, a young player and a big part of this team's future. He keeps trying to add to his game.
And the area I love that he's improved, I think the most and needs to, is his ball handling. Doesn't have to only look for shots outside. He can attack the rim. He's also is more willing to take the lead in transition and create for others.
Got a piece of it. Collins dishes to Hunter. And here's Young from the arc. That shot is off target. That makes him 2 for 3. In transition, here come the Nets. Offensive rebound. Irving can't get it to go.
And you can see the defenders afraid to kind of get in his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the basket. But on that one, they were there.
Now, here's Capella. He's coming off a 10-point game against the Wizards in Washington. And Young kicks to Hunter. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And it's good off the back of the rim and in.
New players entering the league sometimes don't challenge you from mid-range, but Hunter is excellent from there.
Here's KD. Banked in off the glass. KD's got 5.
Good way to start this game. You want to get him rolling as early as possible.
And we know once he gets in the rhythm, he's a really tough guy to stop.
Now, here is Young. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Washington.
And he showed again why he is such a sensational playmaker. Some of the plays he made were just remarkable.
He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Just in a perfect position to grab that rebound and then get the putback.
Passes it to Hunter. Outside Collins. And we're approaching about 3.5 minutes played in the first quarter. Here's it's Big Red. He has been a nice option for them offensively, and he's averaging more than 17 points a game. He gets it in there.
High offensive IQ. He makes great reads and adjustments on the fly.
And we've got an update here, so let's check in with David Aldridge reporting from the sideline.
Well, I was able to catch up with the Nets head coach, and he was quick to point out the danger Trae Young poses not just as a scorer, but as a distributor. His quote was, "His skill as a passer is overlooked, but we're not going to lose sight of that. We have to make him play the game on our terms. He can't be dictating the pace." So they're going to try to keep Young under control, Kevin. Back to you.
Thanks, David.
And Coach can't like what he's seeing, trying to get them refocused.
It's so easy to get run over when you lose even a little edge. Look for them to come out much more aggressive.
So for the Nets, Nicholas Claxton's checked in for Jordan. Johnson comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Gerald Green in for Landry Shamet. And Atlanta will go for a different look here. Okongwu's checked in for Clint Capella. Joe Harris comes in for DeAndre Hunter. Williams, he's checked in for Kevin Huerter. And it's done in for Trae Young. 1:53 left to play in the first quarter. Here's Williams. Atlanta again missing.
It's a shot you would think he would make, but he just doesn't make it all the time.
Throws down the alley-oop slam.
Any chance you get, you want to put yourself in a position to succeed, and that's what he did there.
Great job of reading the floor, got to the rim, and made a play.
Now here's Williams. He's a good contributor to his team, averaging about 10.5 points a game. Oh, and a fast break for the Nets. Finishes the break with a slam.
And don't look now, but they're starting to extend this lead.
They're doing it by building it out, step by step, valuing each possession.
Here's Dunn. He's coming off a 10-point game against the Wizards in Washington. To end the cold streak, and that's 2 points on the layup.
Strength, focus, hard head approach. Chris Dunn powering through contact.
On the wing, Green. He's guarded by Williams. No good from Irving. The Hawks trail by 6, and it's Dunn in the corner. Not really his range, and it's off target. And here's Green outside. Rebound, Atlanta. Defeated by the Wizards in their last game. They'll try to put that one behind them.
And defensively in that one, they needed to come up with big stops to quiet that crowd, and that's obviously easier said than done.
Yes, the other team is feeding off that enthusiasm. You have to try and match that energy.
And that concludes the first quarter of play. Nets lead by 8. And we'll get things started in the second quarter when we return. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. And looking at what we've seen so far, guys, from the Nets, what do you think?
Boy, their offense looks really good when everyone's in sync. Terrific first quarter.
This is exactly what you want to see if you're a coach. Your team starting fast and playing with confidence.
And now let's check out the lineups courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Here's the second quarter of play. Setting the floor for the Nets. We've got Johnson, Kyrie Irving, Irving is out there with Green. Then it's Jay Crowder, and it's Claxton in at the 5, home in the paint. What you love about Crowder, he gives you a little bit of everything at both ends.
I mean, defensively, he'll take on anybody. He's smart, draws a lot of charges. Offensively, he can stretch the floor, and he'll make the extra pass. He's also an opportunistic rebounder. I love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
I'm impressed with their intensity tonight. They came in focused, and they've executed. The defense was begging him to take that shot, and he took the bait, but you can't blame him.
Irving passes to Claxton. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. And the Nets lead by 15.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
This has been an impressive performance tonight. Even with a big lead, they've maintained their focus.
And it's all about the release when you shoot the floater.
And the first timeout called of the game for Brooklyn. You know, Greg, when you were in New York, you were on a super team of sorts. Compare that to the super teams they are forming now in the NBA.
Oh, we've always had super teams. And this misnomer that this is something that's just come about with this era is, to me, absurd. You've always had it. Whether the difference nowadays is I think the players have more say in where they go. And they can orchestrate how a team is constructed. But it's always existed. And the reality is this. You become a super team when you win a lot.
Sure.
And that's what really dictates how super your team is.
So for the Nets, Jordan, he's checked in for Nicholas Claxton. Durant comes in for Johnson. And Landry Shamet subbed in for Green. And Atlanta will go for a different look here. Clint Capella, he's checked in for Okongwu. DeAndre Hunter comes in for Joe Harris. Kevin Huerter, he's checked in for Lou Williams. Young is subbed in for Dunn. Bounce pass Young. Capella against Jordan. Back to Young. Lets it go from deep. Walks for the new shot clock. And it's out of bounds. The Nets will take it the other way. And now another look at that mobile one-block defensive performance.
And those are plays that get you in front and keep you in front.
And here are the Nets. They're on a 10-2 run here. Jordan up top. And the basket is good. And the Nets lead by 18.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
Pass to Hunter. Dishes it to Young. Over Irving. And it's Young. That time on the assist by Hunter. And it's 8 points for Trae Young.
Look at the pass from Hunter, wanting to get his teammates involved.
Here's Jordan. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. That's on Clint Capella.
Nice work to get it inside and draw the contact.
The Nets shooting their first free throws tonight. The first trip to the stripe in this one.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And that one misses.
Much like Marc Gasol, DeAndre was drafted as an unpolished second-round pick. Now one of the more impactful centers around.
He doesn't get the second one. The Hawks trail by 16. Huerter Butler passes to Young. Jordan with the rebound. Jordan's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight.
They just won't miss. I mean, this is incredible.
Good shooting can be contagious. You see the confidence running through this team right now.
Down low, Capella, and the dunk by Capella.
I just love Trae Young's feel for the game. Oftentimes, he can see the play develop before anyone else.
Irving with the ball. He's coming off a 25-point game against Miami. Jordan kicks to Irving. Off target from 3-point range.
Just enough coverage to bother that 3-point attempt.
Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. And he hits it and gets hacked on the play. A 3-point possibility if he can convert the free throw.
He's fearless. Trae Young knows he's probably going to take contact, and it doesn't matter at all.
This is his 2nd attempt at the line tonight.
Gotta admire what he's been able to do at the free throw line this season. How about over 90%?
Big Reds checked in for the Nets. And the Hawks making a change here as well. John Collins, he's checked in for Reddish. The superstar players always get the headlines, but you need more great role players, it seems, as you look at the history of champions, to win. So that being said, Greg, what kind of role players do you look for?
You know, Kevin, it starts on your best player, and I think you go from there. Obviously, in today's game, spot-up shooting is critically important, and then you got to factor in versatility. You need guys that can guard multiple positions, that give you some rim protection, but obviously that can also shoot the basketball. And I think it's critical having that instant offense guy coming off the bench as well, to when your team's in a bit of a funk, somebody you can trust to kind of light a fire.
Good point. Here's Herder following the 3-pointer by Brooklyn. Atlanta calls timeout. They just couldn't come out on top last time they took on the Nets. That one was played in Brooklyn.
Well, they couldn't buy a bucket at times, and that's frustrating, and that game was not their friend.
Bad shot selection can put you in a hole, which can make you desperate, which can lead to even more bad shots.
Claxton's checked in for Brooklyn. Gerald Green comes in for Kyrie Irving. Then for the Hawks, Okongwu's checked in for Clint Capella. Harris comes in for Hunter. And it's done in for Kevin Herter. And Okongwu slams it in.
And the one-hand slam just looks so pretty when it's in his hand and he's the one doing the slam.
Agreed. He is smooth as silk, even on a power finish. Now, here's Shamet. 8 points his last outing. KD against Harris. The pass to Collins. Young outside. Back to Dunn. That shot, no good. The Nets go the other way with it.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Here's Green. Again, the Nets for 2.
And the jump shot has been a dimension of this game where they've had a clear advantage.
Young outside. It's tipped. And here we go. Brooklyn fast break. Launches the 3. Out of bounds. Atlanta will take possession.
Careless turnover. You lose focus for even a moment in this league. That's the result.
Johnson, he's checked in for Landry Shamet. And a change for the Hawks. Lou Williams is checked in for Trae Young. 26 seconds left to play in the first half. Williams against Green. Now Williams still getting warmed up offensively. No scoring yet from him. 6 to shoot. Here's Okongwu. Off target at the rim.
Unusual for him, just a lack of concentration. Fails to finish the play.
And so it's the Brooklyn Nets with an 18-point lead as the quarter comes to a close. Their transition game has been in full effect. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello again, folks. Ernie Johnson here with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. It's the NBA on 2K Sports, and let's talk the first half. It's Brooklyn out in front at the half. They are in control of this game, up by 18. Kenny, how'd you see it?
What a brilliant, unselfish half of basketball they just played. Their ball movement was absolutely impeccable. All in all, just beautiful basketball to watch.
And Shaq, what'd you see from Atlanta?
Well, not at all what they envisioned coming to the game. And defending the paint has been the main problem, right? You got to commit a few more bodies down low, and they got to protect the inside, protect the inside, protect the inside. And even if they do, still might be a little too late for them, Ernie.
That's all for now. Say goodbye to the folks. Thanks for joining us. Third quarter, just about ready to begin.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. It's been one outstanding game from Big Red.
As impressive as the block totals are from him early on, they don't even tell the whole story. He's changed countless others.
Yes, defensively, what they've done, they funnel people his way and banking on his ability to intimidate.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. On the court for Atlanta, Young and Herter make up the back. Hunter at the 3 with Collins at the 4. And it's Capella in at the 5 spot.
You need guys who are willing to make the next pass. Shamet doesn't rack up a lot of assists, but he's unselfish.
So it's Atlanta now. After the basket by Brooklyn, that one good for 2.
And that solid play in the paint continues here, guys. And Landry Shamet out of Wichita State. Some good young guards coming out of that program.
And another one, Jay, that comes to mind, Fred VanVleet, also a former Shocker. Both he and Fred, they are knockdown shooters.
Now, here is Young, following the miss by Kyrie Irving. Young passes to Herter. Here's Hunter. Goes back up. And it's Capella missing.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
On the wing, Irving, defended by Young. Irving can't get it to go.
And the truth is, this league would have been much bigger had he shot better.
And Herter gets it to go.
Whether off the catch or putting the ball on the floor, Herter's a threat in that mid-range area.
Irving from long range. A three-pointer is right on target. Irving's got 7.
How can you leave this guy that wide open? Please, that's terrible.
Young passes to Herter. Tries it from the top of the key. Off the left rim and out. And so it's Durant with it. He'll bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets. Here's Shamet. And it's John Collins with the rebound. Collins has got 4 rebounds now tonight. Capella trying to free himself up. Pass to Hunter. Fires for 3. He doesn't hit that one. Nets leading by 19. Yes, cross. That goes in.
Yeah, he's in such a great rhythm right now. Makes sense to get him the ball any way you can.
Let him decide whether to shoot it, whether to pass it. He's your catalyst right now.
Here's Herter. And yes, it's good.
Finding makeable shots. Kevin Herter continuing to become more efficient as a scorer.
Timeout called the Nets. Making some changes. Crowder, he's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. Johnson comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Green in for Landry Shamet. And Atlanta will go for a different look here. Okongwu's checked in for John Collins. Reddish comes in for Hunter. Harris is checked in for Kevin Herter. And it's Williams in for Young. Offensive rebound. Big Red. And a good offensive board. And he gets the bucket. Big Red's got 18 points in the game.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
Here's Williams. Here's Capella. Fouled on the shot and picks up 2 points. So one free throw coming up.
And a great display of physicality from Capella. He's not one to shy away from contact.
Nicholas Claxton's checked in for Green.
One shot.
So crafty, GA. Just a knack for putting the ball in the basket.
This guy just has the gift. I mean, it's been that way forever. He is just a born scorer.
Here's Big Red. He's got 18 from 17 feet out. Reddish grabs the rebound.
You expect him to make that, especially from that distance.
That's short off the rim. Nets leading by 18. Passes to Big Red. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. Brooklyn shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night.
And they've had really good numbers all season from the free throw line.
First one falls for him. Both good from the line that time. The Hawks trail by 20. Harris with it, and it's Johnson picking him up. Irving against Williams, and it's blocked. And so it looks like the Hawks will retain possession here. His shot was hindered by that momentous mobile one block.
And guys, that's about as good a defensive play as you'll see. Instant reaction to get a hand to the shot.
Donnie's checked in for Reddish. Harris against Crowder. Harris, good.
Now, how about how he sets his man up there, runs him right into the screen, and then gets the basket.
Brooklyn leading by 18. Irving passes to Claxton. Here's the lob to the hoop.
Well, the thing about Kyrie, he draws so much defensive attention. Someone's often left open.
Pass to Harris. 1:22 left to play here in the third. Dunn dishes to Harris. 5 to shoot. The Hawks need to get off a shot here. Williams can't hit.
This is how it's been so far. He's missed every shot he's taken, and the team is suffering the consequences.
Here's Big Red and power down the jam.
You know he's going to take a lot of shots out there. He's their #1 option right now.
Johnson against Dunn. Okongwu, the pass to Harris. They get it back. Williams with a clean look, drops in the tray. Williams has got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Irving kicks to Johnson. 32 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Back to Irving. Outside Crowder. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Here's Williams, and 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
I love how competitive Lou Williams is. Always like seeing a small guard attack inside and draw contact.
Atlanta shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight.
And they've had really good numbers all season from the free throw line.
First free throw is good.
A player like Lou Williams is so valuable. He's an exceptional producer your team can rally around.
And Williams drops them both. There's 18 seconds left to play in the third. Irving against Dunn. Now here is Irving for 3, and the 3 ball is good. Irving's got 10 points.
Man, it is tough holding down Kyrie. Smooth release on that shot.
And as we conclude the third quarter, pretty much a blowout. It's been a one-sided affair. Brooklyn ahead, running away with this one. And time to step aside quickly, but we'll be back in no time with the start of the fourth quarter. And now let's go back to a play from earlier as we show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Fundamental basketball. Keep your eyes up. Keep the ball moving. You're going to keep the defense on its heels.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Irving is out there with Landry Shamet. Then it's Jordan, and it's Durant, and it's Claxton in at the 4-man position. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn.
Doesn't have to get all the way downhill to the rim to be effective because Trae Young has a trademark floater.
Now here is Irving. Now the pass to Shamet. And he makes it look easy, dunking it hard with one hand.
And a hard finish there, guys.
Yeah, and only one hand needed for that one. Young against Irving. Over to the left wing. Collins wide open. He fires. That's in, coming off the assist from Young. Young's got 4 assists now tonight. A few possessions into the fourth quarter, just over a minute played. there's the call on Kevin Herter. That is his first foul of the game. Irving up top, defended by Young. For three, Durant. Okongwu grabs the board. The Hawks trail by 17. Here's Young. Number 12 goes in. He's made 7 of 12 now.
What a great play. Totally schooled the defender on that one.
Timeout called the Nets. It's a chance now to catch up with the fourth member of our crew, Hall of Famer David Aldridge.
Well, I was able to listen in on what the Nets head coach was going over with his team. He talked about the mindset they need to have and what he wants to see the rest of the way. Engagement at both ends and making good decisions with the ball. Guys?
And DeAndre is one of the best in the business in that situation. You let him sneak in behind you, and you're going to pay.
Young with no one around. And a miss there on the triple.
Hasn't been able to dial it in from distance. He has just the 1-3, and that was in the first half.
Here's Irving. Count it, number 5 from the floor this game. He's now 5 of 11.
Tremendous focus by Kyrie. Doesn't let the contact throw him off.
Here's Herter. Outside Collins. And here is Hunter. And it's blocked by Jordan.
DeAndre is simply one of the most electrifying shot blockers in the game. If you put up a shot around him, you better put it up high.
Big Red's checked in for the Nets. Clint Capella, he's checked in for Atlanta. Nets leading by 19 points. Here's Big Red. Out of bounds, Atlanta takes possession. Still a ways to go between now and the three-point contest, but it's always fun to talk about it. Let's see who has the best shot to earn a spot in this year's event.
And maybe this list changes between now and All-Star Weekend, but I don't think anybody would be disappointed if it stays exactly the same as it is right now.
Well, you look at Young. He's got a place in the three-point contest within his reach. I hope he makes it because I know how much this would mean to him to be a part of the event.
I mean, that's a good call, Kevin. He's the type of player that can really deliver on a stage like that. He'll be very dangerous if he ultimately gets in.
And it's going to be an exciting showcase this year. Some incredible shooters, that's for certain. We'll keep you updated as we find out more.
Yeah, I think we're in for a real treat. I think the increased importance of the three-point shot in today's game has really shined a light on the talent, precision, and really the wow factor of how these guys can drill the long ball.
2 shots.
And he makes the first.
It's amazing that in the 2017 draft, Collins went just 21st overall. That's a steal, folks.
And so Collins nails both of them. Brooklyn leading by 17. Shamet the pass to Jordan. He Dishes it to Irving. Passes it to Big Red. Count that bucket. That's now 26 points for Big Red.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Expanding upon this lead, trying to close it out. He's really stepped up.
Now, here is Young. It's good.
Incredible night for Trey. Has direct involvement in nearly every facet of this offense.
Pass to Big Red. He's feeling it. Again, the Nets for two.
And he's really made the most of his opportunities today. I mean, he needs to keep working for those kinds of looks.
Herter passes to Collins. Young outside. Pass to Hunter. 6 on the shot clock. And it's Young. That time on the assist by Hunter. Young's got 10 points in just the second half. Nets leading by 17. .151 left in the fourth quarter. Here's Big Red. Offline with his three. For Atlanta, they've gone 5 of 8 shooting as we've come down the home stretch in this final quarter.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
You know, to me, this is when you want to focus on creating for others. Give someone else a chance. It's called a teammate.
Time call here. The Hawks decide to talk it over. Without question, Big Red displaying his skills today.
You know, he's been a one-man wrecking crew down low. His consistent scoring has dictated the pace of this game. We'll see if they decide to front him, bring a quick double, or maybe even both to try to slow him down.
Let's present our New Balance Player of the Game, Big Red.
Yeah, and his performance has been a jaw-dropper. He must have been feeling great coming into the building tonight because once he hit the court, it was all working for him. He was in a zone.
He sure has given this crowd a treat tonight. This kind of performance only cements his status as a fan favorite. .132 left in the fourth quarter. Here's Dunn. The Hawks again can't hit.
I like it. That's a great battle at the rim. He just couldn't finish.
And guys, what we saw here tonight is one side having everything going for them. Huge margin of victory for the Nets.
The sheer volume of three-pointers was the deciding factor tonight, it seemed.
Yeah, they'd sink one and then do it again, and that strategy did work.
And when it's all said and done here, this will mark their 38th W on the year.
And this will be their third win in 3 tries against these guys. They match up so well.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Big Red.
When it comes to protecting the rim, there are numerous ways to do that. The most exciting of those, just send shots back. And that's what he did tonight in volume.
No good that time. And it's the Hawks taking it the other way. The steal. Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Here's Horton Tucker. Dunn covering. And the shot goes down.
Impressive job by the players, coaches, and don't discount the impact of these fans.
They gave the team tremendous energy tonight. The fans were fantastic. It was a true home court advantage.
They get it again. Dunn outside. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. And the outcome of this one was never in doubt.
And boy, they really
put in a supreme effort. It just felt like once they had that lead and it was comfortable, they were not going to relinquish it.
And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Hey, thank you, Kevin. Kyrie, very few can match your offensive creativity. So how do you integrate that into the team system?
It starts in our practice. It starts with our practice habits, getting our swing action, and practicing with a purpose. You know, whether it's shoot-arounds or walkthroughs, we're starting to show progress right there and just getting back to what we know, and that's executing on both ends of the floor and trusting one another.
Well, the ball was certainly moving tonight, man. Congrats on the win. Kevin?
All right, David, thank you. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Steve Smith, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan, thanking you for being with us. See you next time.
Hi, this is Luka Doncic. I'm here in California doing the mocap for 2K, and I'm really excited.
How are you?
When I heard they wanted me for 2K22 cover, I was like really excited. I think this is any kids that play basketball dream.
And do whatever you do in game, the Luka flair. Action! Nice, perfect.
Hey, what's up?
2K Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the NBA.
The Jazz couldn't have looked more confident as when they arrived at the arena earlier on. Obviously amped up for tonight's game. But traffic in New York City making its way back and forth between Manhattan and the borough of Brooklyn. Our setting tonight. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us for NBA action on 2K Sports. With Greg Anthony and Hall of Famer Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. And we're pleased to have on the sidelines tonight, David Aldridge. About halfway through the season and a chance here to recap where all the teams in the West sit in the standings. Look at Utah. They're down at the 7th position right now. Decent start to the season, but they're looking to make a move.
Right now for the Jazz, they're one of those teams that hasn't quite figured it out this year. A lot of talent, a lot of heart, but nothing to put them up on that next level.
You know, it's got to be frustrating for them. You can't dwell on the past. You've got to think forward, work together, and play for one another.
And with tip-off coming up, we've got just enough time to hear from our good friend David Aldridge on the sideline. D.A., take it away.
Kevin, thank you very much. We know Rudy Gobert is ultra competitive, but he knows it's not about winning his individual matchup. He said, it's a 5-on-5 game, a team concept. That's always been my mindset. Obviously, I take pride in being the best defensive player in this league, but I play to win. That's my focus. Kevin?
Thanks, David. That's David Aldridge, our NBA Hall of Famer. And Doris, tonight, two experienced teams will be battling.
Well, what you come to expect with experienced rosters are excellent defensive rotations, game plan discipline. These guys know how to play the game, so let's see how this plays out.
The starters for the Utah Jazz, Conley and Mitchell, the talented backcourt pair. Bogdanovich out there with Joe Ingles, and it's Gobert in at the center. And for the Nets, Big Red out there with Durant, then it's Kyrie Irving, then there's Landry Shamet, and it's Jordan in at the 5, roaming the paint. Conley kicks to Ingles, back to Conley. Mitchell outside, lock at 6. Trying to get open is Bogdanovich. Brooklyn with the ball. They are coming off that win against Atlanta.
Yeah, and that one, unbelievable shooting display, especially from long range. That turned out to be the difference.
Well, and I think what that was a product of was their movement off the basketball. Just tremendous work on the perimeter.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Now, here is Irving. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Atlanta.
And don't forget the sensational plays he made out there. He saw the court so well, firing perfect passes to teammates for wide-open shots.
Here's Conley following the basket by Kyrie Irving. To the middle. Conley against Irving. With the teardrop, and it's laid up and in by Conley.
Well, Mike Conley has mastered pick and roll play and does such a good job making the right decisions.
Now, here's Shamet. D right on him. That one goes. Count it.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Now, here's Mitchell. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against Washington.
How about 3 of 4 from the floor to start? That's always a good sign.
For Brooklyn, they've gotten their first 3 shots to go in for him to start off this game. Big Red passes to KD. No good on the shot. Now the Jazz take it the other way. Last time they met was in Utah.
Yeah, for that loss, you can credit their defense or lack thereof. Too many breakdowns on that end of the floor.
Well, the kind of low-energy effort they played with all night will make a coach absolutely crazy. You can't win if you don't play quality defense.
Free throw drops for Mitchell.
And we talk a lot about Mitchell's offense, and for a good reason, but the defense is also an area where he's excelled.
Oh, no doubt, Greg. We identify him with the offensive end of the
Oh, that was something else.
Have mercy.
How about the quick jump from Kevin Durant? He was impressive on that one.
And here in the first, about 3 minutes in. Nets have gone 4 of 5 from the field so far. And that one's good, Shamet.
Well, the touch and the focus. What a pretty move in the lane.
And here is Conley. And they get some nice contributions from him on a nightly basis as he averages over 11 points a game. And it's Mitchell missing. And KD's got the ball here for the Brooklyn Nets. And that one's good, Shamet.
Fantastic ball movement. They're picking them apart with their passing.
Timeout is called, first of the game for the Jazz.
And with Kevin Durant recovering from the Achilles injury, glad we get to see one of the all-time greats back in action.
No doubt, Greg. And KD is trying to navigate his way through one of the most difficult injuries a basketball player can face. But we know unequivocally this man will go down as one of the elite scorers in NBA history. That combination of size and shooting is truly something to behold.
For the Nets. Nicholas Claxton's checked in for Jordan. Jay Crowder comes in for Big Red. Johnson, he's checked in for Kevin Durant. And it's Green in for Landry Shamet. Here's Mitchell. Score the basket, his third after 5 shots.
All right, defensively now, you've got to find a way to slow this guy down because he's putting it to you.
Inside, Irving. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist. Irving's got 6.
Man, have they been effective at getting the ball inside.
Now, here's Clarkson. 11 points for him in that last game against the Wizards in Washington.
Yeah, don't forget how great he was drawing contact and getting himself to the free throw line. Picked up a ton of easy points there.
Green taking his time here. Here's Irving. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. A lot of great talkers over the years, trash talkers on the floor in this league. Do you think they do it more to get themselves going, Greg, or do they do it with the purpose of getting under their opponent's skin?
And Kevin, that's a great question.
Take a break.
And believe it or not,
2 shots.
You see both. I've seen guys who do it to get under your skin, and I've also seen guys that do it for their own benefit. That's how they derive their confidence. And so it's about you figuring out what works for you. I've seen some guys, they don't say smack. They don't say a word during the course of the game, but they will cut your heart out. So it's just about what fits your personality in terms of making you play your best.
Well, I'm glad you don't trash talk here on 2K, Greg. I'll tell you that right
now. No, we don't do that.
Well, this guy has multiple ways to get to the free throw line, and boy, has his stroke been on the money.
Pass to Mitchell. We've got 1:28 left to play in the first. Back to Ilyasova. And Favors kicks to Mitchell. Shoots over Crowder. Rejected by Crowder.
Well, Crowder known for his defense, and you love to see him get high for these rejections.
This isn't a tough case to crack. If they want to put an end to this run, they'll need to start getting back on D.
Clarkson passes to Mitchell. Tries again, and that one's good by Favors.
Well, you like how Favors stays after it in that instance. When he's close to the bucket, boy, he's great at hustling for these second chance points.
Outside, Green. Mitchell against Irving. Back to Green. And again, Brooklyn with the triple.
The ball movement on this run has been fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
Mitchell against Green. Lets it go from the wing. Here's Favors. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Now, Derek Favors undoubtedly has turned himself into a dependable power forward, someone capable of averaging a double-double in the NBA.
Utah shooting their second and third shots at the line right here. And that one falls for Favors. Royce O'Neal's checked in for Utah. And so Favors nails both of them. Nets leading by 6. Here's Irving. He's got 8. Launches a 3. What a performance for Kyrie Irving. He has been the story for Brooklyn. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. We'll return shortly. And recently, Kevin Durant discussed what they have to face night in and night out.
I think we get a lot of teams' best shot in the first half, where they, hitting on all cylinders, playing good brand of ball, moving fast, playing great defense. And I feel like we're at that level to start the game, and then, it's about who can last at that level the longest.
And Greg, it's one of the great challenges of being one of the teams to beat.
But that's the difference with a superstar like Durant. He can give you elite play from start to finish. Lesser guys can do that only in spurts.
And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And looking at what we've seen so far from the Nets, what do you guys think?
Impressive start. They came in with a well-conceived game plan and have executed.
What terrific work at the offensive end. They have built some early momentum here.
And now, brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset our lineups. Taking a look at the Jazz. O'Neal is out there with Ilyasova. Then there's Jordan Clarkson. Then there's Favors, and it's Mitchell in at the 1 spot. Pass to Ilyasova. Back to Mitchell. Crowder with the steal. Oh, and here we go. Green's got it. The pass break chance. They get the rebound. Claxton with the bucket. Claxton's got the lead up to 10 now for the Nets.
You're fighting to keep the possession alive, something this guy does so well.
And the Jazz call time here. How the passion in New York is a pro sports city, Greg, is unquestioned. Talk about the pros and cons, though, of being a player in New York.
You know, the opportunity personally and professionally is immense, no doubt about it, but so is the media scrutiny. It can be very intense, and the fanaticism does make it hard to live a normal existence, and I think the guys who embrace being in a city like New York are the ones that typically are able to perform at the highest level.
So you can either thrive because of it or wilt because of it, just kind of what your personal preference is.
You called it, partner, and I have seen it happen both ways.
Oh, I bet. And a new group in for the Nets. Jordan, he's checked in for Nicholas Claxton. Big Red comes in for Jay Crowder. Durant's checked in for Johnson. And Landry Shamet subbed in for Gerald Green. So Utah going with an almost entirely new group here. Rudy Gobert, he's checked in for Favors. Bogdanovich comes in for Ilyasova. Joe Ingles, he's checked in for Jordan Clarkson. And it's Mike Conley in for Mitchell. Clock is at 3. Conley gets the bucket.
Well, Mike Conley has proven a consistent three-point shooter in his career. Get a hand up, folks.
Irving looking over the floor. Pops it up for Jordan. Stolen away. Nice job to interrupt the alley-oop attempt there. Bogdanovich wide open. And it's off from three-point range. Irving with a clean look. That's good. And a nice assist from Durant. Irving's got 13.
Yeah, the D with very little pressure on their perimeter shooters. 3 of the last 5 baskets they've allowed have been from beyond.
It's Bogdanovich on the wing.
Well, this is what you call your big man playing big. Terrific work on the glass.
For 3, Durant, and the Nets, another 3.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Gobert finds Conley. High arcing shot.
Now, Kevin Durant is playing spectacular defense, and it sets the tone for the entire team.
It's good on the putback. And the Nets lead by 15.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
And there's the call on DeAndre Jordan. That is his first foul of the game. And the Jazz making a change here. Toscano's checked in. And that was another look at the aggressive D that led to the mobile 1 block.
And read the play perfectly. Gets himself in the air at the right moment. Terrific denial.
And for those of you just joining us, we're in the second quarter with about 3 minutes gone by. Ingles with the ball. Nothing yet on the scoreboard for him. That that one's off. Still out of sync.
And one thing you love about Ingles, he hits a lot of contested jumpers.
He does, and he'll get to his game by using jab steps, pump fakes, really good ball handler. He's unafraid in the clutch. He'll talk a little smack every now and again. Joe Ingles has carved out quite a career.
Here's Bogdanovich, and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It's on Kevin Durant.
Bogdanovich has got great size for a guard, which makes defending him very difficult, particularly at that high release point.
This is his first chance at the line tonight. The first one falls.
There's a lot to like about Bogdanovich's game. He's a skilled scorer, he's a capable defender, and I think there's some leadership qualities there.
Good on both. And almost 4 minutes gone here in the second quarter of play.
Timeout.
And the first timeout called of the game for Brooklyn. It's never too early to start looking at our contenders for this year's dunk contest. There's no doubt it'll be a terrific showdown of some of the game's best athletes.
And it seems like each year the bar keeps getting set higher. I mean, more props, crazier concepts to the competition, the level of dunks. I think this is going to be a good one.
You look at Mitchell, he's definitely got a shot of making it to the top 4 slots this year. We'll just have to see if he ends up moving up.
Listen, I know this guy is hoping he gets the opportunity to be a part of it this year, and it would be a huge disappointment for him if he's not able to showcase some of those phenomenal dunking skills.
So there you go, and as it's looking, this year's dunk contest is shaping up to be a fantastic competition. We'll keep you updated on the voting.
No doubt it's going to be a good one, Kevin. We've got players on that list who'll do things that you didn't even think were possible.
Free throw good, Bogdanovich. Now for the teams that are clearly rebuilding, should they simply play the young guns, Greg, no matter what, or should they make them earn their minutes?
Kev, I don't know that there's a right answer to that. I think it's really about the personnel and the personalities of the guys on that roster. And really, the front office should play a big role in that as well. But it's a hard call. You got to believe enough in those young guys to say, hey, that's our future. We're going in that direction. But you still got to also take care of your veteran guys who are kind of setting the table for your future.
Good on the three-point shot.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today, ending with a basket coming off a pretty pass?
Jordan against Clarkson, and the layup's good off the glass.
Well, we understand that Jordan Clarkson is strong enough to take contact and continue through to play. Nice aggressiveness.
Brooklyn leading by 12. Outside Irving. Here's KD. Count the bucket, and he's got a free throw coming up as well.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
Here's what Brooklyn's going with right now. Nicholas Claxton's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. Jay Crowder comes in for Big Red, and it's Green in for Landry Shamet. Utah also making some changes. Derek Favors checked in for Gobert. Ilyasova comes in for Bogdanovich. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Mike Conley. Free throw drops for KD.
I think Kevin Durant has proven he's all about winning. He's going to do whatever it takes. This guy is a gamer. He can meet the biggest moments, and he's willing to grind. I just love watching this guy go.
And it's Mitchell missing.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Shot by Crowder, no good. Takes a shot at the elbow. The offensive rebound. Kicks it out to Mitchell. Pass to Clarkson. 6 to shoot. Here's Favors. And it's Kyrie Irving with the rebound. Nets leading by 15. Crowder, the pass to Claxton. And he goes strong with the one-handed jam.
Well, you love Crowder's willingness to distribute the basketball. His vision allows him to set his teammates beautifully.
6-second difference between the shot and game clock. Ilyasova finds Mitchell. There's the pass to Toscano. Shoots over KD. And Durant sends it back. And so it's Brooklyn. Feeling good about their 17-point lead heading into the break. Their strategy has been clear tonight. Work the ball inside, get shots in the paint, and now they are scoring with ease. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thank you, Kevin. Here with Coach Quinn Snyder. Quinn, what concerns you most about the first half?
Well, I think the tempo is in their favor right now. They're fast, and they're getting up and down the floor, so they're running out in transition.
Got to beat them to the punch. Thanks very much, Coach. Back to you, Kevin.
Thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello, basketball fans. What a pleasure it is to bring you into the 2K studios again. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith. What a game it's been for Kyrie Irving. He had 13 points, 5 assists, and 1 rebound. He's really stood out for them to this point. And from what we saw so far from the Nets, Kenny, what's your takeaway?
Oh, whenever Kyrie is engaged, he's borderline unguardable. He's feeling like he can take any shot and it will go in. And the creativity, they have no answer for him.
Shaq, what's your take on Utah so far?
Well, the big issue to address, Ernie, is their rebounding. They got low energy, low effort on the glass. Well, let's take out there with a whole different attitude. The final score could look like Kenny, UGLY. He ain't got no alibi. He's ugly.
That's all for now. Say goodbye to the folks. Thanks for joining us. Third quarter, just about ready to begin.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. You look at Kyrie Irving in this game, he has been everywhere.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. They've got Kyrie Irving. Durant is out there with Big Red. Then there's Landry Shamet, and it's Jordan in at the center position. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn. To the inside, Pass to Big Red. There's the three. The basket good off the assist from Durant. Durant's got 3 assists now in this one.
The defense is far too slow to close out on those three-point attempts.
Outside Conley. Mitchell outside. Kicks it to Ingles. The feed to Gobert. Over Irving. Gobert can't hit. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for the Nets. They lead by 20. It's the most we've seen. After this one, they're off to Philadelphia to take on the 76ers. That'll be just 1 game played away from home for them. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Mitchell wide open. Bangs home the trifecta. Mitchell's got 12.
Donovan Mitchell will answer with his own 3. This guy has got a ton of pride and competitiveness.
Jordan with it. Now defended by Mitchell. And the foul called on Donovan Mitchell. That is his first foul of the game. The Nets making a switch here. Johnson's checked in. And that was a great replay we just saw of our Mobile One block.
And they're determined to add to the lead, not with more offense, but with big-time D.
Third quarter of basketball. We're about 1.5 minutes in. Jordan the pass to Big Red. Nice ball movement by Brooklyn. 6 on the shot clock. Irving against Conley. But they get it back. They shoot again. And Jordan with the layup.
It is not easy trying to keep DeAndre Jordan off the boards. His combination of length and determination so impressive.
To the paint. Here's Gobert. And slam dunk by Gobert.
Now flying high and throwing it down with the one hand.
Woo, one of his favorite moves right there, guys. Back to Irving. He dishes it to Jordan. And the dunk by Jordan.
You love the leadership of Kyrie Irving from the lead guard position. Yes, he's looking to score, but he's adept at finding the open teammate.
Utah calls timeout. Greg, you really began to emerge and got on the national scene at UNLV, but you started your college career at Portland, where you were actually named the Conference Freshman of the Year.
Yeah, how about I actually averaged more points in Portland than in any season I played at Vegas. Totally different roles, but Portland's always going to have a sweet spot in my heart. My first child was born in the great city of Portland.
O'Neal's checked in for Bogdanovich. And with the break in the action, here is the 2K leaderboard showing us this month's top passers. Kyrie Irving third.
Really been in sync with his teammates over that period. I mean, his passing has been phenomenal.
For Utah, they've gone 2 of 3 from the field to start the second half. Mitchell looking it over. And it's Mitchell with the jam.
If you see Donovan Mitchell finding his rhythm, you're in for a long night. He is effortless offensively.
Brooklyn leading by 20. Now Irving. 13 points in the game. Johnson outside. It's stolen by Ingles. And now running up the court, Ingles pushing it up. Conley's shot is off.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Oh, and a fast break for the Nets. Irving's got the ball.
And this is why coaches talk about playing with pace. The scoreboard tells it all.
I think this is what we call, quote, running a team off the floor. They have been fantastic in transition.
Down low, Gobert takes the assist and lays it in. Picked out the pass nicely.
I think we think of Donovan Mitchell first and foremost as a scorer, but I love seeing his passing ability come into play.
Timeout called, the Nets. Changes for Brooklyn. Jay Crowder's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. And it's Gerald Green in for Landry Shamet. On defense, Utah. Johnson dishes to Irving. Irving double team. And the wide open shot from Crowder. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Irving's got assist number 8 here in this one already. And keeping us updated from the sideline, let's swing it over to David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin. Bojan Bogdanovic was a pro in Europe for a decade before he joined the NBA. Croatian sharpshooter says, a lot of players who are happy over there, but I wanted to have another challenge, to play against the best in the world. That was the only thing that was important to me. Guys, he's lived up to that promise.
He loves that challenge, and he's having success. D.A., thank you. Basket, good.
You can see it. He's taking better shots, and the results are coming because of it.
.133 left in the third quarter. Johnson kicks to Irving. Back to Johnson. Three-pointer. The rebound by the Jazz.
Well, he's got a great stroke. That one almost dropped.
Shoots from 12. It's deflected, and it's going to be out of bounds. The Jazz will retain possession. Some changes for Brooklyn. Nicholas Claxton comes in for Green, and it's Durant in for Johnson. And no one near Clarkson as he lets it go. And a miss there off the inbound. Irving against Mitchell. Irving passes to Big Red. He's off on that one. And Utah the other way now. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Mitchell. Nets leading by 19 points. Here's Big Red. He's got 8 for the 3. Irving can't hit.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Mitchell against Irving. Mitchell passes to Toscano. Clarkson kicks to Mitchell. Over Irving. Offline from the top of the key. The Nets have gone a solid 6 of 11 when shooting here in the third quarter. Just 2 seconds between shot clock and game clock. Here's Durant, and 2 shots coming up at the line as he gets fouled on the shot. Utah called for the foul.
Well, Kevin Durant is so crafty. He is outstanding at forcing the issue and drawing fouls.
And this will be his second and third shots at the line here. And the first one at the line is good. And KD drops them both. Jazz trail by 21.
I always like to hold for the last shot right here.
Well, that's great execution if you can do that, because it takes any chance at momentum away from your opponent.
Ball stolen. And so it's Brooklyn with a 21-point lead to end the quarter. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. Back to the action after this word. And let's take this opportunity now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And, you know, you can always count on him for at least a couple of these pretty assists over the course of a game. And this one, a thing of beauty.
You know a thing or two about a point guard's job. Set the table for your teammates. Done there perfectly.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first three quarters. So on the floor for Utah, Favors and Gobert, the tough pair inside. Clarkson is out there with Mitchell. And it's Bogdanovich in at the three, the small forward.
And they are attacking the rim and getting great results.
Passes it to KD. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Irving's got 9 assists now tonight.
Well, we know he's got takeover ability, and Kevin Durant is cooking right now.
Mitchell dishes to Clarkson. Shoots over Shamet. It's rebounded by Durant. And so it's Durant with it. He'll bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets. 1 minute now into this fourth quarter. To the middle. Irving's shot is good.
And even through contact, Kyrie still able to finish shots consistently.
Jazz shooting about 42% so far. Here's Mitchell, and that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle, and 2 shots coming up. It's going to be on Kyrie Irving.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one drops.
Boy, you have to admire Donovan Mitchell. This guy is capable of playing either guard position, and he plays with so much passion and energy, guys. It's infectious.
Jordan, he's checked in for Brooklyn. Utah also making some changes. Joe Ingles, he's checked in for Favors. And Mike Conley subbed in for Jordan Clarkson. And Mitchell drops them both. Nets leading by 21. Here's Big Red. Outside Irving. Off the mark there with the three-point shot.
And, you know, he's a threat from deep, no doubt about it, but it just has not been there for him tonight. You might want to change your game plan a little bit offensively.
Mitchell in the corner. Baseline try. Good. He hits the jump shot. Mitchell's got 6 points in the quarter.
When you think your scorer, one of the guys that comes to mind, as young as he is, Donovan Mitchell.
Big Red passes to Durant. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Shooting for Brooklyn, Kevin Durant. 2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one. Johnson, he's checked in for Brooklyn. And both free throws good for Durant.
We're still waiting for that first miss from the line this half.
Jazz trail by 21. Conley, the pass to Gobert. Outside Conley. The teardrop falls in. 9 points for Conley.
Well, this guy could have powered on the interior, but goes to the floater game. This is one of his specialties.
To the inside. Wow, hammering it in.
My goodness, that was absolutely filthy.
Oh, nasty. This building is stunned. He dug deep, Greg, into his bag of tricks there. Utah calls timeout. We've seen Kevin Durant really having a great game.
Boy, he's really had their number. They need to make some kind of adjustment during this timeout.
Just over 2.5 minutes played now here in the final quarter of regulation. Here's Conley. Gets it to drop, and now he's shooting at a 5 for 8 clip.
I'll tell you, individually, he is doing all he can. But right now, somebody's got to step in and support this guy.
Conley against Irving. Pass to Durant. Bucket is good.
This guy is cooking right now. He is leading them on the offensive end as they remain in front here.
Here's Mitchell. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. It's going to be on DeAndre Jordan.
We know this about Donovan Mitchell. This guy shows no fear, even inside. Draws the foul there.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First free throw is good. That's also good. So he hits both free throws.
Wow, they've made every free throw here in the second half.
Nets leading by 19. A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. Outside, KD. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. Durant's got 13 points in the second half.
I'll tell you, the team is simply riding the hot hand. This guy has been lights out.
Conley dishes to Mitchell. Here's Gobert. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
And Doris, as Gobert has added strength, his rebounding numbers have continued to improve.
That's right, Greg. He's always been a force as a shot blocker. But over the past 2 seasons, this guy as a rebounder has been top 3 in the league. Last year, he even challenged Andre Drummond for king of the boards. He's got great size, great anticipation, and he plays with passion.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And he makes the first.
Well, at 7'1", Rudy Gobert has become known as the Stifle Tower. And this guy's starting to excel and get a bigger role on the offensive end.
No good on the second free throw. Nets leading by 21. Irving passes to Jordan, and it's good for 2.
When you think that this guy was so raw and so skinny coming into the league, now DeAndre Jordan brushing off these challenges with ease.
Bounce pass Conley. And Gobert kicks to Mitchell. With some arc, and it's good on the way in. Mitchell's got 28.
Well, Rudy Gobert stands 7'1", and he's an unselfish guy. It puts the pass on the money.
Timeout called, the Nets. They're in front by 21. We've got 1:48 left to play here in the fourth. And now a moment to present the New Balance Player of the Game, Kevin Durant.
And his percentage from the field tonight seems almost made up. I didn't think it was possible to have that kind of success shooting the basketball. You need a little bit of luck, a bunch of hard work, and a whole lot of talent.
The better he played, the more these fans got revved up. And that continued to play out over the course of his amazing performance. We've got 1:48 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Here's Conchar. Three-pointer. No good. Only a second miss and 10 attempts from the floor. Clarkson taking his time here. Pulls it up. The rebound by KD. KD's got rebound number 5 here tonight.
And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for the Nets.
Look at their number of assists.
You know, they didn't get stuck in those one-on-one situations, and they got the ball to the guys with the best matchups. Easy drives, open jumpers, and great ball movement.
And this will push their record to 39 wins and a good effort tonight.
And with this win, it gives them a sweep of the season series, even though it's just a brief 2-game.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Kevin Durant.
Boy, whatever was needed, he provided it. He was the jack of all trades. Big bucket on one end, big defensive play on the other. I thought his influence was felt all over the floor.
Clarkson kicks to Thomas. There's the pass to Azubuike. And it's denied. And he recovers it. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Back to KD. Nets passing it around. Snell, the pass to Claxton. He feeds it to Crowder. Rebound, Utah. And here is Thomas. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but you have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
I know their fans appreciated it, and we saw at times just stretches of excellent defense. Potency from an offensive standpoint as well. They were pretty much dominant.
And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thanks, guys. With DeAndre Jordan, nice win tonight, but I'm sure you're looking at the schedule and up ahead, one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test for us. You know, they have some great big guys, great guards, and we're familiar with some of the guys on their team. So we just got to come out with that mindset and, you know, it's us against the road. So it's a big good one.
It'll be a good test to see where you are, DeAndre. Thank you. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, David, great job. Thanks so much. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. We'll see you later.
Hey, I'm Brian, and I'm in your neighborhood to break down the upcoming 2K Compete events. This weekend, make your way to the Rec, because all day Saturday and all day Sunday, you can earn double rep. Double the rep, double the fun. Next weekend, check out Specialty Appreciation Shooter. If you've applied 12 or more badge points into shooting, you'll earn double rep for all games played at the Cages, the Rec, and the Beach. And if you've applied 20 or more badge points into shooting, you'll earn triple rep. On the Wednesday after that, head back to the Rec, because it's another chance for you to...
2K Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the NBA.
And the starting lineups have concluded. So just sit right back and relax. We'll be back in just a moment. Thank you for tuning in this Sunday evening. This is Kevin Harlan, and joining me tonight, Chris Webber and Greg Anthony, with our Hall of Famer David Aldridge reporting from the sideline. Already it's February. Let's see how the East is matching up. You look at the Nets, and not a surprise really to see them sitting there in that #1 spot in the conference. The excellent brand of basketball they've been putting on display lately has been terrific. And checking out Philadelphia, right on their heels and with their sights set on gaining ground.
Well, right now for the 76ers, they have caught the entire league off guard. This was not a position anyone thought they'd be in at this stage of the season.
They had a plan coming into the year. I mean, they stuck to it, and it's worked to perfection.
And David Aldridge is standing by for our pregame report. David, good evening.
Kevin, thanks. Last season, some people called on Joel Embiid to be more aggressive. The process accepted that with humility, saying, I want to be great, and it's only right for people to expect me to drop 35 a night. At the same time, he said, I'm not a selfish player. If the defense double teams me, it's about making the right play. Kevin?
David, he is showing that maturity. Thanks for that report. Greg, the two words you and I don't like the most in this game, load management. Why do we see more of it now than when you played in the game?
A couple of things. I think sports science has evolved, and I've talked to a ton of coaches about this. The reality is that now they don't determine whether or not a guy's going to play. It's going to be the people that work with the strength and conditioning. They determine if a guy is ready to go. Secondly, I would also say the contracts now, the investments that teams have in these assets, you want to try to prolong their careers as long as possible. And so I think it's a smart move from an investment standpoint.
You bring up some great points. Here are the starters for Brooklyn. Kyrie Irving is out there with Landry Shamet. And it's Durant. And there's Big Red. And it's Jordan in at the 5. And for the 76ers, Harris and Embiid together in the middle. Shake Milton is out there with Simmons. And it's Korkmaz in at the 3, the small forward. Here's Big Red. And DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
And that's what Jordan does best, an extremely lethal dunker.
Simmons looking it over. Here's Harris. Brooklyn with the rebound. They put up a nice win against Utah last time out.
Yeah, and that one, they just locked it down defensively, challenged shots, and really protected the rim.
Well, they certainly made their presence felt on defense. They were active and rejected a number of shots.
And it's crazy to think how soft a touch Embiid has on his shot. The league rarely sees a guy with his size have such a rhythmic form shooting.
Yeah, and Embiid has always been comfortable shooting outside. Not the best percentages from deep, but enough to keep defenders honest. His touch shows up most when he goes into his post fadeaways.
Here's Harris, following the basket by Kyrie Irving. Got a piece of it, and stolen by Harris. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Yeah, he was the 19th pick of the 2011 NBA draft. I mean, Harris entered the league after a quality year as a Tennessee Volunteer.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That's good from Harris. And so he hits both.
And at the line, it's all about consistency with him. His routine, his stroke, it never wavers.
Outside Jordan. Here's Irving. That one's rebounded by Embiid.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
Simmons against Irving. And good that time.
He's a tricky player. He's so difficult to guard. Simmons excels at going with the floater at the right time.
And the pass to KD. Pulls it from the elbow. And he wills that one in, sinking right through off the back iron.
Poor design there defensively. They know he's a knockdown shooter from that spot.
Oh, yeah, that's one of his go-to spots. I mean, you have to pressure him in that mid-range area.
Irving against Simmons. Pass to Korkmaz. Just 4 to shoot. The basket good off the assist from Simmons.
Now, you can't leave anyone uncovered around Simmons. I mean, he's fantastic at seeing when one of his guys is open.
Pass to Durant. A three-pointer off the mark. 76ers have gone 2 of 6 from the field. Here's Korkmaz, guarded by Jordan. Korkmaz passes to Harris. And he lays it straight in.
With broad shoulders and a solid upper body strength. Now, Harris is lethal around the rim.
Lobs up the alley-oop pass.
Nice pass. I mean, putting in work on the interior. Gotta love it.
And the 76ers decide to take their first time out here. They traveled to Brooklyn last time they faced the Nets, and they came away with a win.
Well, you look at the points they produced in that game. Great adjustments on the offensive end.
In-game adjustments are critical. They did an awesome job taking what the defense gave.
Some changes for Philadelphia. Howard's checked in for Furkan Korkmaz. Maxey comes in for Shake Milton. And it's Hill in for Simmons. And then for Brooklyn, Jay Crowder's checked in for Jordan. Johnson comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Green in for Landry Shamet.
And you look at the unselfishness from Hill. Coming off that pick with his head up, reading the defense.
First quarter of play and just over 3.5 minutes in. And the call will be against Harris. That's foul number 2 for him.
2 fouls, and we're not even out of the first quarter. That's not a good pace to set.
The 76ers making a switch here. Curry's checked in. Defense doesn't get much better than the mobile one block we just saw on replay.
Some intimidation right away. Got to show those shooters you're going to be there all night long.
Here's Crowder. Whistle blows. Basket is good. So a chance here for a three-point play.
That foul's got to be a lot harder than that if you're going to try to prevent Crowder from scoring there.
Well, Greg, with your son getting drafted, you joined the ranks of some historic NBA father-son duos.
You know, I got the opportunity to play with Arvydas Sabonis in Portland, and remember DeMontis as a little kid. And now he's an all-star last year. And, you know, I think you're going to have an influx of that in the coming years. Dwayne Wade's son is a terrific player. We know about LeBron's son's ability. He's possibly heading to the league one day. You just never know. I'm as a dad that's going to get the opportunity to watch his son play excited, but I think we're going to see more of this in the future.
Cole and Greg Anthony. I like the way that's done. Hill pulls it in. The 76ers have gone 4 for 9 from the field to start this game off. And that one off the back of the rim and in.
And that was the correct play to make. George Hill, a very discerning playmaker.
Here's Big Red. His last outing, he had 8 points. Here's Irving. Hill pulls it in.
I love to see the defense exhibit some passion in protecting the rim right there.
Lobbed up there for Howard. Up high to stuff the alley-oop.
This is the chemistry Howard has with his guys. Fantastic at realizing when to go for alley-oop.
And Dwight Howard, you know, not the same 35-minute-a-game player he once was, but I tell you what, when he's on the floor, he can still be every bit as effective.
Yeah, Howard can bully teams that go small against him. He provides a big body to deal with other strong centers. And he also gives the team some great flexibility with how they match up.
Now, here is Hill. Still looking for his first bucket in this one. To the paint. Here's Embiid. Good. The assist goes to Hill. Hill's got 4 assists in the game.
And really keeping the ball hopping around here offensively.
29 seconds left in the first quarter. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Big Reds have got 5 now.
Well, here's the thing. Irving draws so much attention from the defense. I mean, there's always a guy left wide open.
Hill passes to Maxey. It's back to Hill. And there's the foul on Jay Crowder. That's his first foul. We've got 13 seconds left in the first quarter. Now here's Simmons. 3 seconds left and taken away by Johnson. Both teams have it going here early and still close through the first quarter. 76ers lead by 2. And we'll be back shortly for the start of the second quarter. We spoke with Joel Embiid earlier. He hopes to set an example for those who want to follow in his footsteps.
Being from Africa, at the end of the day, you come here, you want to make an impact and, you know, share your story with everybody. And so it kind of pushes everybody back home in the whole continent to want to do the same thing.
Well said. Certainly, Greg Embiid puts himself front and center, willing to lead the cause on and off the floor.
And this is where his big personality helps. He has a larger-than-life quality that really just captivates people.
And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far on the scoreboard. What stands out to you guys from the 76ers in this one?
Well, when you control the glass, you control the second chance opportunities on both ends.
They've been quicker to the ball, showing great anticipation and terrific hustle.
We've got Maxey. Simmons is out there with Korkmaz. Then it's Curry. And it's Howard in at the 5 spot. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. And so here is Philadelphia. Following the miss by Kyrie Irving. Picked his pocket. And now the fast break. Irving with the ball. That shot is off. And Philadelphia the other way now.
The game has been very close in a lot of areas, but rebounding has been the one differentiator thus far.
Simmons passes to Korkmaz. Crowder with the steal. Kicks to Irving. And he finishes nicely on the layup. Irving's got his second bucket of the night.
Irving does a solid job maintaining his balance, even with the D being all over him. Impressive athleticism.
Passes it to Simmons. Shoots over Crowder, and that one's good. Simmons got 6.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
And the first timeout called of the game for Brooklyn. Greg, you and I have talked about how the NBA Finals used to be tape delayed. What's the value of fans getting to see the broadcast live now as opposed to tape delayed as it was back in the 70s?
Isn't that weird to even think that that's the case?
I know it.
You know, I think, Kev, that the fans, they just feel more connected to their favorite teams, the end players. It creates more anxiety, right? Because nowadays there's nothing that can happen that you don't know about it, whether you see it or not. So live sports, especially the NBA Finals, the anticipation, that anxiety that we talked about, man, I'm still a fan to this day in a different way. So I can only imagine when you have a personal vested interest in the team, what that's got to feel like.
Edge of your seat, you're right. Some changes here for the 76ers. Harris is checked in for Maxey, and it's Shake Milton in for Curry. And then for Brooklyn, DeAndre Jordan's checked in for Crowder. Durant comes in for Johnson, and Landry Shamet subbed in for Gerald Green. Now, here is Irving. He picked up 15 points in their last win against Utah.
While he was doing that, dropping buckets. He was keeping everybody else involved, too. He had a tremendous night facilitating.
"14 feet away, KD can't get it to go. And so Simmons will bring it up for the 76ers. Only giving up 2 points this quarter. He makes another one. That's 4 up and 4 in to start his game.
That's the 10th straight point they've given up in the paint.
And everyone wants Simmons to add a consistent outside jump shot. But while that's a work in progress, he does just fine at the rim. An incredibly adept finisher up close.
The 76ers leading by 6. Here's Harris. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
And C-Webb, as you said with Simmons, when he's going at the rim, he's as good as it gets.
Oh, yeah, G.A. Great blend of size, speed, and strength. He controls his body to create space. He can lay it up from unorthodox angles with ease.
He's gone 2 for 2 at the line so far.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. Joel Embiid, he's checked in for Dwight Howard. And the Nets making a change here as well. Big Red's checked in for Nicholas Claxton. And Harris drops them both. Nets trail by 8. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Shamet kicks to Irving, and Ben Simmons picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Hill, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Three minutes of action so far in the second quarter. Shot clock at 6. Here's KD. And that one hits back iron.
Another rebound hauled in. They're hitting the glass with a lot of passion.
Count that one. Harris has got the lead up to 10 now for Philadelphia.
Nice play, and you can see they're gathering momentum.
They've been a more cohesive team over this stretch, and that helps account for their lead.
Here's Big Red. He has 5. And they get it, and he lays it up and in. Durant's got his second bucket of the game to go.
I mean, there's just no answer for Durant inside. It looks like you should be able to body him up, and you can forget about that.
Hill drives in. Doesn't get it to drop for him. Durant with some nice D. The pass to Big Red. Marvelous lead pass, and he throws it down.
Now look, an assist like that gives Durant more hype than any other play he makes. He loves creating an easy bucket for a teammate.
Now, here's Milton. He's gotten some minutes, but nothing on the board yet. And Jordan sends it back. In transition, here come the Nets. Irving leading the charge.
And how about the incredible timing on that alley-oop?
He absolutely hammered it down. And Philadelphia calls time here. You know, winning that championship as you did, Greg, for UNLV, many people don't remember you played much of that season with a broken jaw.
Well, Kevin, I don't remember much of it, to be honest with you. It was pretty hazy. I lost 19 pounds over the course of the season. I was championship night. I was 168 pounds.
No kidding.
Yeah. Well, I was wired shut for 8 weeks. Didn't miss a game, but I tell you what, I don't know if I would do that today. But, you know, it did turn out well with the championship.
As I recall, you broke it against Fresno State, correct?
Yes, yeah. Got my legs taken out from under me and broke the fall with my face.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, ouch. Now to check out how the All-Star voting is shaping up.
And I tell you, the excitement's starting to ratchet up a little bit as the tallies start coming in.
Well, you look at Big Red. Right now he leads in the East, getting plenty of ballots with his name on it.
And as much of an honor as it is to make the team, finishing number 1, I think is just that much bigger.
And keep tuning in for updated results. You can visit NBA.com for more. The 3, and it's Shamet missing. For the 76ers, their last game, a win against the Pacers in Indiana.
I felt like they attacked, but with a purpose. They knew what they wanted to accomplish coming in.
Aggressiveness is everything, and they certainly played with a ton of it to get that win.
Now, here is Hill. He's been patient so far. Nothing on the scoreboard yet. Embiid, no good. Nets trailed by 4. Here's Big Red. 9 points in the game so far. Irving misses.
And until he starts knocking down some shots, I don't think the deficit's going to get any smaller.
34 seconds left in the first half. And they double up Embiid for 3. Hill. Brooklyn with the rebound. Still anybody's game at this point.
And no question, this is when you really have to have trust on the floor with each possession.
Now here's Durant. He had 28 points in the win against Utah.
And there really was a physical aspect of his performance that was off the charts. He was taking it right at him, and he just kept getting those calls and getting to the line.
And it's blocked. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. 76ers ahead. They lead by a bucket. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Hey, Kevin, thank you. Joel, an early lead and a lot to like in the performance thus far. Would you agree?
Oh, I thought we played great. Defensively, I know that I had someone behind me if I made a mistake that was going to protect the rim. I thought we did great.
We know the adjustments are coming, and we'll see who takes advantage. Thanks. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David. And we'll be back after halftime as the third quarter gets underway.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
We welcome you back. Ernie Johnson with Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith. Quite the tussle there in the first half, huh? And Joel Embiid, the mega-talented center, he'll get into it with the opposition on and off the court. Kenny, do you like that Embiid runs his mouth during games?
Why not? You know, he plays with extreme confidence and he backs it up. His swagger is good for the team because, it's infectious. So, yeah, I would say yes.
I'm sorry, Kenny. I'm never going to tell anyone not to talk trash. His antics would mean a lot more if he had the ringy ring.
How many of those do you have, Shaq?
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
I knew that already. And that's all we have for now. Tell the folks goodbye, Shaq. Tell the folks goodbye,
Goodbye.
Kenny. Goodbye. Let's go to Kevin Harlan.
And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. It's been one outstanding game from Big Red.
As impressive as the block totals are from him early on, they don't even tell the whole story. He's changed countless others.
The blocks are impressive, no doubt, but his intimidation factor actually prevents certain shots from ever being taken at all.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. Setting the floor for the Nets. Jordan is out there with Big Red. Then there's Landry Shamet. And it's Durant. And it's Irving in at the point guard position. And the bucket is good. Three-point play chance here for him. It's going to be Embiid shooting. It's going to be on Kyrie Irving. The 76ers have hit all four of their chances so far in this one.
And the Hakeem Olajuwon comparisons are just somewhat legitimate. I mean, Embiid's skill set and size is something you don't see very often.
Now, here is Irving. Shamet finds Irving. Makes it off the glass. Irving's got his third basket of the night.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and finish.
And it's Harris off the drive. Stolen. Inside. Big Red. And Embiid with the block.
Oh, you got to be careful around Embiid. When he's around, he's capable of coming up with these blocks.
Here's Korkmaz. Guarded by KD. Korkmaz passes to Embiid. Great D that time from Jordan.
He usually takes advantage of D like that. Should have been a simple layup.
An emphatic alley-oop jam.
And you could see him give a little nod and then just burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
A pair of teammates, Greg, with a terrific feel for each other. Now here's Simmons. He's got 8. And here is Jordan. Irving surveying the floor to the inside. And DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
Oh,
just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball.
Timeout.
And Philadelphia calls time here.
Trying to stem the tide here.
Yeah, they have to regroup and revisit their strategy at the defensive end.
The 76ers with some changes. Howard's checked in for Joel Embiid. Curry comes in for Shake Milton. And Maxey subbed in for Tobias Harris. And the Nets also making a change. Claxton's checked in. Now here's Howard. Stolen away. Pass to Shamet.
Hard work on the boards. A lot of competition for that one, but he's got the lift to be the first one, too.
Here's Curry. It's tipped. 2-on-1 as they jump out on the break. Pulls up for three. Knocks down the three ball. Shamet's got the lead up to 4 now for the Nets.
Now that's confidence right there. Passing up an easy 2 on the break and letting it fly from three-point range.
Bobbed up there for Howard.
Solid recognition from the center. Howard is intelligent and taking advantage of these opportunities.
And it's Irving with the ball for the Brooklyn Nets. Next up in the docket, the Bucks following this one. Start a 3-game homestand with that game. To the paint. And there's KD. That's good on the assist by Irving. Durant's got 8.
Oh, great ball movement there.
They've been looking out of sync offensively.
Yeah, their offense has ground to a standstill.
Now, here's Maxey. Tight defense on him. And stolen by Kyrie Irving. In the corner. Shamet with it. A three-pointer, no good. The 76ers trail by 4. It's Curry with the drive. Pass to Simmons. Back to Curry. Lays it up off the glass.
That's a perfect setup. Solid screen. Defender can't avoid it. Opens up a clear path to the bucket.
Brooklyn's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Now a timeout called by Brooklyn. Philadelphia making a change here. Hill's checked in. The Nets also changing it up. Crowder, he's checked in for Big Red. Johnson comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Green in for Landry Shamet. Now here's Irving. He's got 6. And again, it's the Nets missing. 1:52 left to play in the third. Hill with it. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. Well, you've seen some terrific offensive basketball over the last month. A lot of it thanks to the assist numbers put up by these point guards during that time. Kyrie Irving, number 1. Ben Simmons, 3rd.
And these are the best passers in the NBA. No question about it. Every one of them is willing and able to be the floor general out there and make sure the offense is running at full speed.
Well, it's fun to watch these guys in action. Their creativity, the vision they have. It's point guard play at its best.
And it's tied up with that one.
Well, I like the fit of George Hill on this team. He can play either guard spot. Great versatility.
To the right side. Irving double team. And the wide open shot from Crowder. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. Irving's got his 7th assist here tonight. 76ers have gone 3 of 6 in the 3rd quarter. 50% from the field. Passes it to Simmons. He feeds it to Howard. The shot, no good. And here's Brooklyn. They're on a 14-6 run. Crowder finds Irving. Johnson from outside. Connects from three-point range. Now it's a 6-point Nets lead.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
Yeah, and they aren't just chucking up anything. I mean, they're doing a great job of creating quality looks.
Now here is Hill. He's averaging a bit over 5 points a game. Down low. The kick out to Irving. Crowder from outside. Hits it from three-point range. Crowder's got the lead up to 9 now for the Nets.
Their 3rd three-pointer in a row.
7-second difference, shot and game clock. Outside, Simmons. Shoots over Crowder. Fires the 3. Drills the three-pointer. Korkmaz has got 5 points so far.
Oh, man, how about the last-minute decision there to pull the shot down and get a better one for your teammates?
And Ben Simmons picks up the foul. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game. And we just got a second look there at the exceptional mobile 1 block.
The defensive awareness, the timing, when you have to face a defender that can reject you like that, it can alter your approach.
.15 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Pulls up on the elbow. And Embiid with the block. Lobbed up there for Howard. Hammers the alley-oop through.
And you could see him give a little nod and then just burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
A pair of teammates, Greg, with a terrific feel for each other. And we've watched 3 so far in this one. Nets lead by 4. Live from Philadelphia, you're watching 2K Sports. Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this 4th quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Here's Irving. Our 4th quarter action underway, presented by Gatorade. All fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups. And so, in the game for the 76ers, we've got Joel Embiid. Harris is out there with Howard. Then there's Hill, and it's Milton in a 2-guard.
And for a guy who shoots a lot of threes, Crowder does a pretty good job of getting himself to the free throw line.
Shooting 2.
The first one falls.
And you talk about a culture builder. Jay Crowder is a guy who is not content with losing ball games. He's a competitor, and that rubs off on his teammates.
And good on the second, so he makes them both. The 76ers trail by 6. Now Milton. Now the dish to Harris. Here's Embiid. DeAndre Jordan grabs the miss. Jordan's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Johnson, the pass to Crowder. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. That's on Dwight Howard.
And when he's not shooting threes, Crowder is attacking the paint. That's how he plays the game.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First one falls for him. Korkmaz, he's jacked in for Dwight Howard. And both free throws good from Crowder. The 76ers trail by 8. Now here's Milton. The pass to Korkmaz. He kicks to Embiid. 6 to shoot. And stolen by Kyrie Irving. Drops in the breakaway layup. And the Nets lead by 10.
Look at how active Irving is on defense. Always using his quick hands to swipe away steals.
Pass to Hill. Back to Embiid. Shot clock at 5. That one's not going to go. Good D by Jordan. Nets leading by 10. It up for Jordan, and DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
And how about the vertical of Jordan? Easily rising up for the timely alley-oop slam.
Harris outside. It's Hill on the wing. He's covered by Irving. Tipped away. Embiid inside, guarded by Jordan, and that one drops.
Now you got to keep your eye on Embiid, especially from these in-between areas. I mean, he's effective at scoring from there.
Now a timeout call by Brooklyn. Greg, after we saw top prospects like LaMelo Ball and R.J. Hampton playing a year in Australia, the NBA G League sweetened the deal to attract those blue chippers to this G League, which I think is a very interesting topic and a very interesting way to go.
It is. You know, I think the salaries now can exceed $500,000, not to mention the endorsement deal. And they're on a single team that's built around their needs. Certainly an enticing option for those who want to skip the college route.
Does this affect colleges, in your opinion, in their recruiting?
Not at all. You're going to love your school no matter who plays for them, especially if you're winning.
Ben Simmons, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Big Red's checked in for the Nets. Kevin Durant comes in for Jay Crowder. And on our sideline, our reporter, David Aldridge.
Well, during that last break, Kevin, I got a chance to hear what Brooklyn's head coach said to the team. He's encouraged where they are at this point in the game, but he told his guys things can turn in a blink. What we need to do is execute the rest of the way. So we'll see if they can finish this one off, Kevin.
All right, David, thanks.
One thing never changes in the NBA. Jordan will always be there among the top offensive rebounders in the league.
Now here is Harris. Rebounded by the Nets. Jordan's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Fires from deep. Boom, he jams it straight down.
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark.
And 6'10" Simmons, I mean, he has some insane handles. He's phenomenal at creating for himself.
On its way from Irving for two, and he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in.
And a nice spark for their offense here in the second half. Now above 50% for the game.
Jordan against Embiid. It's good.
He's getting hotter the deeper we get into this game. I mean, he didn't give him much of anything in the first half.
Irving against Simmons. And here's KD for three. But they'll get another chance. The putback, and there's Jordan putting it right back in. Jordan's got the lead up to 14 now for Brooklyn.
Oh, big time put back there. What a great motor on this guy.
There is no one who goes after those rebounds harder. And the 76ers call time here.
And they've been very loose with the ball here. They haven't been as patient, forcing things a bit, which has led to turnovers. They need to just slow down and relax.
And now we present our New Balance Player of the Game, Big Red.
And he's up over 50% from the field here tonight. And that speaks to how solid his shot selection has been. Nothing forced and really no bad decisions. Just good, smart, offensive basketball.
Well, to come in here facing a hostile crowd and have a game like he's had, that's what separates the good players from the great players. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. You know, Greg, we can all agree that Joel Embiid's a superstar in the league with this play, but you get the feeling he's the most criticized superstar in the league right now as well.
You know, pundits and fans have questioned his fitness, his fit, but at the end of the day, he does get it done, and the numbers speak for themselves. Embiid's an outspoken guy, which can invite a lot of criticism.
First free throw is good. He's perfect from the line this time. And it's Durant with the ball. He'll bring it up for Brooklyn. A minute 50 left in the game. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
He does so many different things on the court. Durant practically forcing the defender to foul him on the drive.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That's good from Durant.
Oh, the skill, length, the timing. Durant, he's special in all those categories. He can dominate on both ends.
And KD drops them both. The 76ers trail by 14. There's a minute 40 left to play in the final quarter. Here's Embiid. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Embiid.
Yeah, couldn't quite hang on to it. They're not in a position now where they can afford to be giving it away like that.
The wide open look for Durant. That drops and it comes off an assist from Jordan. KD's got 4 points in the quarter.
And this is what they wanted. I mean, to announce their presence in this matchup with authority. Very decisive. It can definitely be considered a statement win for Brooklyn.
Didn't look like a game that was going to work out for them, but man, how things changed in a hurry.
Man, I'd say it was gutsy, Kevin, in terms of what they were able to do in that comeback. An incredible amount of fortitude when facing all of that adversity. And not just to come back, but how about to come back and win going away?
And for the year now, they'll ramp up their win total to an even 40.
And they're able to even the score of this series at a game apiece. Still, 2 more to go in the season series.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Big Red.
And you have to love the effort he put forth on the glass. He played with a fire no one else could match as he chased down those rebounds.
A platoon swap here for Brooklyn. Free throw good, Milton. 46 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Conchar, the pass to Horton Tucker. It's hauled in by Thibault.
He struggles with his finishes sometimes. I mean, it's kept him from being an elite player.
And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
At the line for 2.
And the first one at the line is good. So he gets them both. There's 25 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And they can just dribble the ball until the buzzer.
Yeah, they got to be happy with the outcome.
Pass to Snell. 11 seconds left in the game. Claxton with the bucket.
They just blocked out the noise, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Showing remarkable poise and focus throughout the game, a sustained effort across the board.
And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. And in the win, a comfortable win in what was, I think, gee, a pretty hostile environment.
It really was. You know, it's never going to be easy on the road, but they didn't have too many problems with that tonight.
And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Kevin, thanks. KD, a statement win. How satisfying is it for you?
It was fun. It was fun. We came out and played hard. Guys played together, and this was all that I expected, man. I'm glad that, you know, we was able to get the win tonight. We're looking forward to the next game.
We're looking forward to seeing you out there again, man. Thanks. Back to you, Kevin.
David, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks. For Greg Anthony, Chris Webber, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And we'll see you next time.
Earn double rep. That's it for me. I'll see you on the courts.
And a glimpse inside the locker room. Players' final few moments to prepare for the game and the task ahead. The traffic in New York City making its way back and forth between Manhattan and the borough of Brooklyn. Our setting tonight. Welcome aboard, everybody. This is Wednesday Night Basketball of the NBA on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Brent Barry and Greg Anthony. We've got David Aldridge reporting from the sideline. And we've got a moment now to look at the rebounding trend over the last few months for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
In the last few months, the rebounding has sort of taken a bit of a dive for him. And a lot of factors could be the cause, but it's a trend that coach would probably like to see him reverse.
And as things get ready to roll, let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's on the sideline. David?
Hey, Kevin, thanks very much. As Giannis Antetokounmpo celebrated his first Most Valuable Player award with the fans back in 2019, he said, "After this day, don't call me the MVP until I win it again next year." Guys, those words have proven prophetic as he went on to win the 2020 Maurice Podoloff MVP trophy. Kevin?
And David, he is just getting started. Great stuff. Thanks as always. Plenty of experience, Greg, on the floor tonight. How does that shape what we're about to see, do you think?
You know, Kevin, this is one of those games where guys are going to be smart out on the floor. They're going to be in the right positions to make plays. And honestly, this could come down to who makes the bigger, tougher shots.
Here are the starters for Milwaukee. Middleton and Giannis are the forward tandem. Holiday out there with Dante DiVincenzo. And it's Lopez in at the center, locking down the middle. And for Brooklyn, Big Red out there with Durant. And it's Green. Then there's DeAndre Jordan. And it's Irving in at the point. And so off the tip, it's Brooklyn. Outside Jordan. Back to Irving. The pass to Big Red. Shoots the three. DiVincenzo with the rebound. And it's Milwaukee's ball. Here's Antetokounmpo. It's blocked. And that's out of bounds. Milwaukee will retain possession. An outstanding defensive play to earn the Mobile One block.
And early in the game, a defensive play like that goes a long way, establishing the attitude you want.
And Milwaukee has possession. DiVincenzo kicks to Holiday. 6 on the shot clock. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Drained for 2 points.
Not sure how he saw that there. Holiday with a firm understanding how to get the ball to an open teammate.
And you go back, Giannis Antetokounmpo, the 15th pick in that 2013 draft. Hindsight, obviously 2020, but I think it's safe to say he should have been drafted a little bit higher.
Yeah, you have so many of those blogs out there to go back and want to redraft classes. Giannis Antetokounmpo back in 2013, I'm pretty sure at this point would be taken number 1.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one drops. And so he makes both from the line.
And among NBA bigs, he is known for his ability to deliver at the free throw line.
Holiday dishes to Lopez. Giannis outside. A shot by Middleton, wide open. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo as that one goes in.
Well, Middleton hovers around that 40% mark from downtown in his career. It's a good-looking shot there.
Jordan, the pass to Irving, gets the three-pointer to fall.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line, and I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
The shot by Holiday, no good. Lobs it up for Jordan, takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
Well, determined that time to get to the rim, anticipating the pass, and a rim rocker.
DiVincenzo finds Giannis. Always going up for the alley-oop here.
Oh, and just a soft touch on both ends of that pretty alley-oop.
I gotta say, when he threw the pass, I didn't know where it was going. Irving passes to KD. To the middle, here's Big Red, and he jams it with authority.
Of course, Kevin Durant, one of the game's greatest scorers of all time, but
Milwaukee making a switch here. Portis is checked in. This break gives us the chance to see which teams have been the most successful in the transition game this month. Number 1, the Nets.
I mean, they have really hit their stride in terms of that transition game. No doubt about it. They are playing at a great pace.
Now about 3 minutes gone in the first quarter. Holiday surveying the floor. Pass to DiVincenzo. To the paint and stolen by Jordan. And here we go. Here's Irving. And he uses the glass on the layup. 9 points for Big Red.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
KD against Middleton. Here's Big Red. He had 13 points in the win against the 76ers in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but his shot blocking was a factor as well. 3 on the game, just a major presence on the D.
Pass to DiVincenzo. Kicks it to Middleton. Picked off in midair. Oh, and a fast break for the Nets. And that one's good, Irving. Irving's got 7.
The ball movement on this run has been fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
Will it go? And it's off the back rim. No good. Nets leading by 11. Pops it up for Jordan. An emphatic alley-oop jam.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
Well, if there were 4 or 5 boxes to check in terms of the game plan tonight, they might have checked 6. I mean, they're doing everything out there.
Timeout called the Bucks. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing that last matchup with Boston.
And that was a game to forget. You'd like to find some teachable moments, but I think they'd like to just turn the page and move forward.
Yeah, and quick, like as quick as possible. That was a dismal showing, especially for them at the offensive end.
Making some changes. Jay Crowder's checked in for Jordan. And it's Johnson in for Kevin Durant. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. PJ Tucker, he's checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Pat Connaughton comes in for Chris Middleton. Bryn Forbes, he's checked in for Dante DiVincenzo. And it's Teague in for Drew Holiday. And the Nets with possession. They're on a 20-5 run. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
And you look at it, 8 of the last 10 points they've given up here coming in transition.
The Nets have gone 2 for 2 in the game at the line.
And they've had really good numbers all season from the free throw line.
One shot.
.109 left in the first quarter of the game. Now the pass to Portis. Now Tucker. Pass to Connaughton. There's the triple. Buries it from three-point range.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
Here's Big Red. 12 points for him. Passes to Irving. And he banks in the layup. Irving's got 9.
They should continue to get the ball inside. The defense struggling to contain them.
Teague against Irving. Pass to Portis. From 18 feet away. Rebound by Johnson.
Well, that's the only way to take him out of his comfort zone from that range. Get right up in the jersey, force him off the spot.
Irving looking over the floor. On the wing, Johnson. Back to Irving. 4 on the shot clock. Fires at the elbow. Another one falls for Brooklyn.
Excellent all-around performance so far, hence the big lead.
Well, if I was baking up a lead, I'd add 2 ingredients. One would be playing smart. The other one, playing selfless. They've done that tonight. Serve it up.
And a double-digit lead on the scoreboard as we end the first quarter of play. Nets lead by 17. And back in a moment as we'll get underway with quarter number 2. This is what Giannis Antetokounmpo recently told us when he was asked about his goals this past offseason.
For me personally, I just want to get better. I want the team to get better. I want me to get better individually and just win the whole thing.
And for Giannis, Greg, the consistency from range has been a focal point.
The more accurate he is from outside, the wider the driving lanes become, making him nearly impossible to stop.
And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And guys, the Nets enjoying a nice lead here.
On the attack right from the tip, they've been relentless offensively.
Well, just taking it right at the opposition and the other team right now. No answers and no way to slow them down.
And Milwaukee looking at who they've got. Brook Lopez is out there with P.J. Tucker. And there's Teague. And it's Connaughton in at the three, the small forward. Nets leading by 15. What happens to team chemistry, Brent, at this stage of the season? Teammates have spent, a lot of time together already at this point.
Well, this is where veteran leadership and guys who have been through deep runs or their understanding of what it takes to have a team go through deep runs can really pay off, Kevin. Making guys accountable to the things that you've talked about all year long in the next couple weeks, that's critical.
Okay, well, let's go down to David Aldridge for a report from the sideline.
Hey, Kevin. Well, if you just look for a few minutes at Giannis Antetokounmpo on the court, you know why he's called the Greek Freak. But it's the drive that makes him an MVP. He said people try to make it complicated. Life is simple. You know what you want, go get it. Do what it takes every day and don't lie to yourself. Guys, I hope you understand I'm being truthful in all of these reports. Back to you.
Love the intensity. David, thank you. And the first timeout called of the game for Brooklyn.
Well, whether things are good, bad, or indifferent, coaches will have adjustments to make throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, not just there to pump up or to discipline players. You got to make sure that the coach makes the proper adjustments and has his team in the right mindset to carry it out.
DeAndre Jordan's checked in for Brooklyn. Kevin Durant comes in for Jay Crowder. The Bucks also changing it up. Giannis Antetokounmpo's checked in for P.J. Tucker. Chris Middleton comes in for Pat Connaughton. And it's Dante DiVincenzo in for Bryn Forbes. Outside, KD. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. Durant's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Well, with range extending out well beyond the arc, Durant has zero trouble knocking that one down.
Irving against Teague. Here's Giannis, and that one goes long.
Well, that's a shot they want just about on every possession if they can get it. He doesn't make them all, but still very much a high percentage look.
Here's Durant. Ball's knocked loose. And here we go. Giannis heading to the hoop. Good on the bucket. Antetokounmpo's got 6.
Well, when Giannis has room to run, he is fun to watch. They get out in transition there.
Irving against Teague. Durant for 3. Rebounded by the Bucks. The 3. Teague can't hit.
Is it getting cold in here? This is a tough one. Crucial that he starts to work a little harder for a higher percentage shot.
And he comes up with the deuce. He's got 13.
Yeah, I feel like he uses the dribble to set up his rhythm for the mid-range shots like that one. Kyrie knocks another in.
And there's the pass to DiVincenzo. Middleton outside. That one misses. And it's the Nets taking it the other way. They're coming off that win against Philadelphia.
Well, you look at the points they produced in that game. Great adjustments on the offensive end.
Yeah, never stopped working. One of those games where just everybody was making shots, continual flow, and a very professional win.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. And that comes off the assist by Jeff Teague. Teague's got 3 assists tonight.
Disappointing as a player to have such a great game and still be trailing. Not over yet, though.
Timeout called, the Nets.
Giannis Antetokounmpo has said he doesn't want people calling him the MVP because he doesn't want to relax. He said he fears failure, so he has got to get better.
So for the Nets, Big Red comes in for Nicholas Claxton, and it's Green in for Johnson. Milwaukee also making some changes. Bobby Portis comes in for Brook Lopez, and it's Drew Holiday in for T. Big Red passes to Jordan. Antetokounmpo with the ball. He's picked up by Jordan. Passes it to Holiday. Back to Antetokounmpo. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time. Holiday's got 3 assists in the game. Irving against Holiday. Irving passes to Big Red. 9 feet out. Good on the jump shot. Big Red's got 14 points for the game.
We all know how devastating Kyrie can be scoring the basketball, but very encouraging to see how he's trying to set up his teammates as a playmaker right here.
Here's Antetokounmpo, and it's blocked, and he's able to get it back. Middleton outside. 5 on the clock. A 3 ball. And throw the ball out of bounds. Jordan touched it last. Some changes for Brooklyn. Eubanks is checked in, and it's Crowder in for Kevin Durant. Milwaukee also making some changes. P.J. Tucker, he's checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Pat Connaughton comes in for Chris Middleton. And it's Bryn Forbes in for Dante DiVincenzo. Here's Holiday. He's been quiet so far. Still no points in the game. Pass to Connaughton. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Goes up the baseline. He's now 2 for 3 with that miss.
The edge on the glass is the difference. It's allowed them to build this lead.
Irving, good.
D has been just completely helpless and turned around. He's so dangerous when he's in this kind of rhythm.
And stolen by Irving. Lays it in off the breakaway. Irving's got 6 points in the quarter.
Great to see Kyrie Irving getting after it on the defensive end, showing how quick those hands could be, not with the ball handling, but knocking the ball away.
Holiday gets the bucket.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
And so it's Brooklyn with a 21-point lead to end the quarter. The scoring has been tremendous, and they are shooting lights out with very high accuracy. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thanks, Kevin. Here with Coach Mike Budenholzer. Coach, probably not the defensive effort you were hoping for thus far.
Yeah, no, our defense isn't where it needs to be. I think they're getting open looks. We're overshifting, and then we're not committing to shooters. Just not a very good defensive effort so far.
Mike, thanks very much for your time. Kevin, back to you.
Thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half of basketball right after this.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hey, everybody. Good to see you back here on our halftime show. Well, actually, we can't see you, but you can see us, but you get it. Ernie Johnson, Kenny the Jet Smith, Shaquille O'Neal. You're watching the NBA on 2K Sports. What a game it's been for Kyrie Irving. He ended up with 17 points, 3 assists, and 1 steal. He's been a different player than he was their last outing when he was off his game. He's rounded back into form tonight. And from what we saw so far from the Nets, Kenny, what's your takeaway?
It's almost impossible to be hotter than they were in the first half. They made just about everything they looked at. Even when they were taking bad shots, they were hitting them. They probably can't stay that hot all game, but hey, they might.
And now, Shaq, let's get your opinion on Milwaukee.
Well, they got a ton of issues to work out. Allow way too high a percentage to be shot against them. Not really showing any energy on defense. No discipline. Look at their faces, Ernie. Do they even want to be here?
And that'll about do it as we get ready for the second half. Let's take you down to Kevin Harlan.
Shout out to my man Joel.
Joel, what up?
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You look at Kyrie Irving in this game, he has been everywhere.
Definitely been challenging the defense here early on, not settling for anything outside.
Yeah, you want these kind of nights where you can start to see those openings before they happen.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. Durant is out there with Big Red. Then it's Jordan. Then there's Irving. And it's Green in at the shooting guard position. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn. Middleton. Nice D from Durant.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Irving can't get it to go. Bucks trail by 21. Here's Giannis. And Giannis throws it down.
It's a huge night for Giannis Antetokounmpo at the offensive end of the floor. That length and athleticism just proving to be too much for any defensive scheme.
A new generation of players, Greg, coming into the NBA alongside your son Cole. We've got a lot of players who I think are going to have a long-term impact on this game.
There's no doubt about it. Listen, I hope Cole can have the kind of impact that some of these guys are, but look at the Grizzlies. I think they got two terrific ones. Ja Morant has superstar written all over him. Brandon Clark probably surprised some people with his ability to have an impact. And if you look at this past draft, Obi Toppin is one to watch. This is a guy with great size and length who was a perimeter player until he had a growth spurt. So those are the types of players that I think when you combine athleticism and skill with the way the court is spaced, man, can have a tremendous impact in this game.
Middleton doing a good job of being creative and finishing a difficult look.
And GA Chris Middleton over his career, much improved on the defensive end.
A true two-way player. And I tell you, that 6'11" wingspan helps. Able to use that length to bother shots and disrupt passes.
Mind the lane. Mind the lane.
Now that we have a second, take a look at the teams that have scored the most points off turnovers over the last 10 games. Number 1, the Nets.
Just a terrific job over this stretch of forcing turnovers and capitalizing. They'd love to continue that trend.
Holiday against Irving. The shot, no good. Good D by Lopez. Bucks trail by 19. Middleton outside. Got a hand on it. Fast break. Here we go. Here's Irving. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist. Irving's got 7 points for the quarter.
Feels like Kyrie locked in right now. No let up in his offensive attack, and he's hot.
Holiday dishes to Middleton. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday.
You're trying more and more to utilize the three-pointer. It's a good idea. That's his second three of the game. One in each half.
A little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the third. This one for three, and the rejection by Antetokounmpo. Outside Holiday. Plays it up and banks it in. Holiday's got his second bucket.
That's a show of strength from Holiday. Certainly looks like he got hit as well, but he possesses the focus necessary to sink the shot.
And it's sent back by Lopez. Middleton looking it over. On the wing, Holiday. It's tipped and stolen by Jordan. And here is Green. He's still scoreless so far in this one. Here's Irving. It's on target from the high post. And the Nets lead by 18.
Not just the accuracy in the quarter, it's his movement and the energy that's getting him on this nice roll.
Timeout called, the Bucks.
And they're allowing too many points in the paint. Coach is going to let them hear about it.
Yeah, coach knows that. They know that. In the timeout, they're going to hear about it, make the adjustment.
So for the Nets, Nicholas Claxton's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. Crowder comes in for Big Red, and it's Johnson in for Durant. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. Bobby Portis is checked in for Lopez. Pat Connaughton comes in for Chris Middleton. Bryn Forbes, he's checked in for Dante DiVincenzo. And it's Teague in for Drew Holiday. Nailed from three-point land. Crowder's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Now here's Teague. He's averaging around 5.5 points a game. There's the pass to Portis. Whistle blows. Bucket is good, and he'll have a chance at the line to make it a three-point play.
And of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is just smash-mouth, physical basketball, guys.
The Bucks have made their only other free throw attempt today in an earlier trip to the line. The Nets making a switch here. Eubanks is checked in. Rager, the all-time assist leader for the Big West Conference. In that frame, talk about some of the traits that make for a good floor general, a good point guard, a good facilitator.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you have to be a leader because that's what the position calls for. Unselfishness, instincts, that stuff matters. But ultimately, your teammates got to feel like you play for them. And that's when you have a chance as a team to be special.
I'm assuming you've always been like that. Am I correct?
No, that is not
really?
true.
Wow.
I evolved into a leader. In all seriousness, I think some guys are natural. Others, like myself, had to evolve into it.
Crowder with it. Inside. Claxton with the bucket. Claxton's got 6.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift wrapping points.
To the inside. Here's Forbes. Good D by Johnson.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in the driver's seat.
Down low, and a beautiful feed leads to a monster jam.
And in terms of size, not your typical center, but man, he plays as big as any of them thanks to that terrific leaping ability.
Pass to Teague. Lets a floater go. Crowder feeling it out a bit, and there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul, shot misses. He'll be shooting 2.
So I tell you what, he earned his money on that foul.
Brooklyn shooting their 4th and 5th shots at the foul line in the game.
2 shots.
And that one falls for Johnson. P.J. Tucker. He's checked in for the Bucks. So Johnson hits 2 of them. Here's T. 36 seconds left here in the third quarter. Dishes it to Forbes. He's looking for Portis and finds him. It's blocked, and he gets it back. It's good.
And so far, going for more of an inside presence here in the second half, getting away from the three-point shot.
Pass to Claxton. Back to Irving. Lets it go with the 3. It's rebounded by Portis. Here's Connaughton. He shoots again. Can't get it to fall. What a performance for Kyrie Irving. He has been the story for the Brooklyn Nets. Offensively, this has been his best game of the season. This is the most points he's scored all year. Back right after this. Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game, and it's presented as always by State Farm.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, a great job with the eyes. And what separates great playmakers, as we know, is peripheral vision.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. On the floor for Milwaukee starting the fourth quarter. They've got Chris Middleton. Portis is out there with Brook Lopez. Then there's Teague, and it's Forbes in at the 2. Milwaukee's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3-ball here. Teague from down in the low post. It goes.
You shoot a floater like that, it's impossible to block. Jeff Teague shows it off there.
Timeout called the Nets. And the 22nd pick in 2015, Bobby Portis with a nice shooting touch.
And at the same time, not afraid to mix it up, maybe to a fault. At times we've seen him get caught in the heat of the moment. You got to channel that competitive edge and stay strong mentally.
So it's both teams making substitutions here. Here's Irving. Down the stretch of last season, Greg, we saw some teams resting healthy players, even ones out of the playoff hunt. And they got fined. But is the amount, which I think is about $25,000, is that enough to discourage that tactic?
You know, I don't think it is. Not when team revenues are measured in the hundreds of millions. You got to do more to keep them honest, but by the same token, you know, if I got $200 million invested in a guy, I want to protect my investment. And so if I can rest them here or there and prolong their career, I think my organization's all the better for it.
Shooting 2.
And he makes the first. Gerald Green, he's checked in for the Nets. And he makes both free throws. Fourth quarter of basketball. We're about a minute into it. And so Green will bring it up for Brooklyn. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. And the league taking steps to discourage teams, Greg, from tossing away seasons in search of high draft picks. Has enough been done, you think, in that regard?
We'll see. I tell you, the idea of a play-in
that's a tough one, isn't it?
For the last few playoff spots, I think that's a good idea, actually. It might keep more teams in the hunt down the stretch. And I think the onus also, if the fans put enough pressure on their teams to try to develop what they have and not always put it on the future, I think that's going to help. But I think you're going to always have a little bit of that moving forward.
Shooting 2.
And he knocks down the first one.
And as much as Holiday brings to your offense, it's his defense that's repeatedly recognized.
When you make all NBA defensive teams and you're smart and strong and quick like Drew Holiday is, I think not only does the reputation start to build, but your confidence in disrupting somebody else by playing that way is something you rely on.
And they came out of the locker room after halftime with a much more physical approach than what we saw in that first half.
And DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
Well, I love the attitude there of Jordan staying with the shot despite being grabbed.
On the free throw, no good. We know, Greg, the NBA is full of superstars, yet you can foul out of the game after 6 personal fouls, and some have suggested instead just tacking on an extra free throw when a player commits their 6+ foul, and then they can stay in the game.
You know, I think something along those lines could make sense. No doubt it's tough to see the marquee player riding the bench because it's not just the 6th foul, right? In some coaches, you pick up 2 in the first quarter, you're done for the quarter. You pick up a 3rd in the second, you're done for the half.
Yes.
So I would like to see something, but I think it's got to also be fair. Maybe you get free throws and another possession. Maybe something along those lines might be in the best interest of the game.
Middleton finds Giannis. Up high to stuff the alley-oop.
Every night there's something that Giannis does on the floor where you just have to put your hands on your head. Wow, what a move.
Green, the pass to Irving. Outside, KD. Pops it up for Jordan.
My goodness. Save that one. I want to see that again.
Me too. Just absolutely beautiful. Outside Holiday. Pass to Giannis. Jordan with the rebound. Jordan's got 4 rebounds now tonight. And Green slams it in.
Beautiful transition offense there. That's execution at its best.
Yeah, once you burst through a seam like that, you got to look right towards the rim. Sweet play.
Middleton can't get it to go.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that one.
Big Red passes to Durant and finished off by KD.
Well, he's professional in everything that he does. Durant recognizes that opportunity and turns pro.
To the middle, and Lopez throws it down.
And watch out, you don't bring the whole basket down on top of you, young fella.
I don't think he ever wanted to let go of the rim. Irving against Holiday. Here's Big Red. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. Irving's got his 6th assist on the night.
Yeah, put some students in the classroom because that's exactly how you move the ball. Kyrie terrific at spotting the open man, and then you got to get it to him. One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
Irving. The pass to Big Red. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for two. It goes on Chris Middleton. Greg, we are in an era of positionless basketball. And we know the All-Star game now has a 2 backcourt, 3 front court position as opposed to 2 guards, 2 forwards, and a center when you're voting. Should they get rid of those designations entirely?
I tell you what, I think you could make a strong case for that. You go back to last season, many felt Jimmy Butler got robbed of a starting spot. I think, listen, this is the fans' vote. Why not the 5 top vote getters? I don't care if they're 4 guards. If the 5 players that the fans want to see the most play a certain position, then so be it. You know, they're not going to play all 48 minutes. You're still going to have your 7 other spots to kind of balance out the roster. I say just let the fans tell you the 5 they want to see, and let's go play.
The Bucks have gone 4 of 7 from the field since the beginning of the 4th. There's 1:26 left in the 4th quarter. Rebounded by the Nets.
And as we head to the final buzzer here, a crushing blowout, big-time dominance, and this will go in the record books as a gaudy win for Brooklyn.
Their inside game was what secured them the win tonight.
They had their way in the paint, and those are all high-percentage shots, but the defense couldn't stop them from getting down low.
And this will make it 31 victories for them on the year.
And once it becomes official, this win gives them a nice confidence boost against this team. They'll face them twice more this season.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Kyrie Irving.
Just knows how to fill it up, and that's exactly what he did tonight. Nobody that they assigned to him could really get a handle on him.
Here's Horton Tucker, and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
That's his first personal foul. At the line for your Nets, Taylor Horton Tucker, taking 2 shots.
Relax on the first.
The first free throw is good. Second free throw, no good. So it's the Bucks now. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Passes it to Connaughton. Rebounded by Snell. Here's Horton Tucker. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. It was a tale of 2 teams tonight. One that was in total control, operating flawlessly, and the other just searching for answers that they could never find.
I mean, the energy here is just so tremendous. Fans involved from the get-go, and once they started to really pour it on, it was fun to see that rhythm and flow from their perspective.
And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thanks very much, Kyrie. Nice win tonight. What was your thought process coming into the game?
You know, I was just going out there trying to compete on every play, trying to play as much defense as possible. You know, just sticking to our game plan. We had a game plan going in, and we executed.
Got it done at both ends of the floor, Kyrie. Thanks very much. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, David, great job. Thanks so much. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Brett Barry, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. So long and good night, everyone.